Okay, guys.
Stinky and
That's him trying to get out of his chair.
Oh my god!
I had to put down my controller. Oh, it's so fucked up.
I
love it.
God damn it, it was funny.
Kind of curious if this is gonna work, because I don't think it is, because you're not over here. Oh no, I'm gonna get yeeted to space. No, this isn't fair. This isn't fair. No. No.
No, I think I got it.
What are you doing to me?
So apparently my game's freaking out now because he keeps trying to create a
no.
session that never creates itself.
He's freaking it.
I'm jacking it.
He's jacking it.
Hands
I
are
have a-
jacking so much. I have to restart the game.
I have a front row seat to this jackening. Doll. I'm being jacked on. She's rolling away. She's not going to help me. Doll, no. Help, no. Well, I can't pick. Oh, he's so angry. Ah, he stabbed me.
That was your voice. That's death.
He was so angry.
Oh, he's so angry. And you see it wind back about the fucking.
That did 1 damage. Tiny Mage when I get you, Tiny Mage. Tiny Mage when I get you. When I get you, you Tiny Mage. Hello. And welcome to the 200 follower celebration. My dog is barking up a storm right now. But there's not much I can do about that. Thank you so much, Orange. Welcome in. So we got a couple of assets from Doey. So we got our little chat room for this. So thank you, Doey. So what we plan on doing is we're going to be reading off some creepypastas. Quite a few were submitted by you fine folks, and then I went and found some of the more popular ones that either I remembered liking a lot or I thought would be topical. Oh yeah, I need to do this so I can hear the ambiance. There we go. Let me know if it's too loud. I can turn it down. But the plan for today, I put all of the creepypastas on a wheel, so that way we don't just read them down the line, have it a little randomized. Not all of these are equal in length, not even close. Some of them were like 3 minutes long, and one of them is like 71 minutes long. So we'll see how this goes. I'm sure I'll be stumbling over my words aplenty during this. So let's go ahead and just get to it, shall we? First up, the classic Sonic EXE. Let me unpin that one down. There we go. Sonic EXE. No, I don't want ads. Welcome in, Willie. I'm gonna try my best to read this as in character as I can.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
Finally, I found it.
Taco Probably make this a little bigger, actually. Let's do this.
Taco Bell and pizza.
I don't remember how big some of these alerts get, so I'm gonna, when the alerts go off, I'll move them around, make them a little bigger, visible. But yeah, let's get into this creepypasta, shall we? For you, gaming is about escape. When you push the button on the console, switch the PC on, you're switching the real world off and escaping somewhere else for a while. Recently, the bright primary colors and flat backgrounds of retro games have been your escape. Sure, the graphics are viscerally primitive, and the plinky-plonk music can be infuriating, but there's something about the simplicity, the fullness of characters, and the amazing gameplay of those games that really appeals. Until that is, one of these games, full of bright, sunshine days, suddenly turns dark. Until your favorite characters filled your screen, but instead of offering his usual wide smile and mischievous eyes, he instead offers you emptiness, terror, and the dark hollow void of empty sockets that leaks some awful fluid. The music fades, the eyeless face glares out at you, and you realize, far too late, you're in his world now. Well, we'll read the overviews. Why not? Skirting similar territory to infamous Ben Drowned, which is also in here, is a creepypasta story based on around a haunted computer game switching focus from Nintendo to Sega. The story concerns a version of a classic Sonic game and the Hedgehog that the narrator picks up as an exe file for PC. Soon after beginning the game, however, the player begins to experience strange phenomena and realize that the game is very different from anything he's played before. Although it employs many of the same established tropes as Ben Drowned creepypasta, for example the concept of a haunted or cursed object, in this case a game that the user has come across in some unconventional way, unlike the Ben Drowned creepypasta, in which the cartridge is haunted by the spirit of the previous player. Sonic EXE instead presents the ominous character, an alternate version of a video game icon, Sonic the Hedgehog, itself into a malevolent entity rather than being a human. Sonic EXE is something else and far darker entirely. I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like anyone else. I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played a glitchy or hacked game before, though I don't think I want to play any of them after the experience I had. It started as a nice summer afternoon. It was playing Sonic Unleashed. I like how you get to explore the towns in it. Until I noticed, out of the peripheral vision, that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox, as usual, and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note first and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle, let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting. Though that was weird, it is how it looked. It looked badly written, scratchy, and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down, did it in a hurry. This is what he wrote: computer video games. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing, somehow before it was too late. And I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me. And if you don't destroy this CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc, and you'll destroy him. But do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Kyle. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, was I wrong about that. Anyway, I looked at the disc and it looked like any ordinary computer CDR disc, except it had black mark on it written Sonic EXE. It was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning that he must have gotten it from somewhere else, like a pawn shop or an eBay. Or an eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing, the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it, since I'm a big Sonic fan. I went to my room and turned on the computer, and put the disc in and installed the game. When the title popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome. Because like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed the start, there was a split second where I saw a title image turn into something much different. Something that I now consider horrifying, before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like in that split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined. The Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red, like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. But the freakiest thing that was in the split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding from 2 glowing red dots staring right at me. And his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about the image when I saw it, though I figured that it was just a glitch and I forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for 10 seconds or so, and then another weird thing happened. The save file selected the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, what the fuck? What's this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, when I noticed something awful, the background was the dark cloudy sky of the bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD. And there were only 3 save files. The music was creepy caverns and winter music from Earthbound, only was extended in it, seemed to be in reverse. And the image from the save file where you see a preview of the level was just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out more was the character select. It only showed me Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now I was sure there was something up. I mean, how can you play as Dr. Robotnik? How can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying out loud? That's when I realized that wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smarter gamer, I wasn't scared, or at least I tried not to be. I told myself that I was just a hack game, and there was nothing wrong with that. Anyway, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails. And when I selected and got started, the game froze for about 5 seconds, and I heard a creepy pixelated laugh that sounded awful like Kefka, the guy from Final Fantasy, before cutting to black. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds or more. Then it showed the typical title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red. The text showed only Hill Act 1. The screen faded and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone for Sonic 1. The music was different though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was Tails was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground. And a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into a slow, deep tones. Very slowly, as I kept going. I suddenly saw something, and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals lying dead on the ground, bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I've never seen him have before. So I had him move along, and I kept that worried look on his face. Oh, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals as Tails moved past them, looking more and more worried as the music lowered, and he moved past more dead animals. I was shocked to see how they all died. They all looked like somebody killed them in a rather gruesome way. A squirrel was hanging from a tree, and what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. A bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw them massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals, and the music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue. After a minute passed, after the music stopped, Tails was running up the hill, and then he stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was on the other side of the screen, with his back against Tails, and his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but his smile faltered, obviously noticing that Sonic wasn't responding to him. If not acting as if it was totally obvious of Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make a move, so that had to be a cutscene. Suddenly, I began to have a growing feeling of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was in danger and something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and struck his hand out to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger, and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open, and they were black, with those red glowing dots. Just like the title image. Thought there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black, and the static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds, and then white text appeared forming a message. Hello, do you want to play with me? At this point I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue with the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to the different level, with the level title now saying Hide and Seek. This time I was on Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me, as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the 4th wall, trying to tell me to get him out of here. So I pressed down on the arrow key as hard as I could, and made him run as fast as he could. A pixelated version of the creepy theme when you meet Shadow at Ark as Robotnik from SA2 was playing, and as I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly, I heard that creepy laugh again, that awful Kefka laugh. Right after 10 seconds had passed as I helped Tails run through the forest, and then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping everywhere on the screen, again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that suspenseful, drowning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails slowly gaining up on him, flying. Sonic wasn't running. He was actually flying. The flying pose his sprite was making looked very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose in Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic, and he had the black and red eyes again only. This time, he had the most deranged looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly, when Tails tripped, another cutscene. The music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there and started crying for 15 seconds. The scene was rather upsetting to watch, and I kinda teared up myself, but Then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails. Tails looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face, and he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. Just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. There was a loud screeching noise that only lasted 5 seconds. The text returned only that this time it said, "You're too slow. Want to try again?" And that god-awful laugh came with it. I was so shocked by what happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails were supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? I shook that shock off as I brought back to the character select. The save file that had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself, which was flickering with a red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding. His orange fur had gone black, and his expression of anguish in his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black. Again. And stayed there for about another 10 seconds. This time, the level said, "You can't run." I'm going to take a little drink. I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't really tell if this was a glitch or a hack, or some kind of sick, twisted joke, or anything really. But despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. The next level looked much different. It had the ground of the Scrap Brain Zone, but the sky background looked like the main menu. It had the dark reddish cloud sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like Gygas' theme right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid, just like Tails did, though not as much. Or rather, he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on. But I made him move anyway. He ran down the straight pathway in the dark level, and as he did, the screen started to flicker red static a couple of times, and then the maddening laugh came back. Then again, I said these two words together. Then, after a few seconds of running, I noticed several blood stains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear, thinking something horrible was going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated, walking down the blood-stained road, but I kept him going. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him, with those black and red eyes, and then red static appearing again. The static vanished, showing nothing but a black screen with the text saying, "Found you." I was now scared. Just now, I was scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, I'll talk about the creepypasta after we get to the end of it, but this one likes to use anyway a lot. Anyway, red static came again, and then I was back to the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time, the high-pitched squealing from Silent Hill 1's final boss was playing. Was this some kind of battle, like boss battle, with Sonic? I hope to God it wasn't, honestly. Suddenly, Sonic appeared right in front of Knuckles, in what appeared to be pixelated black smoke. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished. In black, pixelated smoke. Before I could even land the hit, that terrible laugh went off again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again, and I made him punch again. Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicking even more, and I felt like I was going crazy. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Another cutscene played as Knuckled fell to his knees and clutched his head sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. And then in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles and the screen went black, with another distorted screeching noise that lasted at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared. So many souls to play with, so little time. Would you agree? What the hell is... what's just going on? I started to think Sonic was actually talking to talk to me through the game, but I was too scared to think about that. I was brought back to the main menu. This time, the second file box had Knuckles on a TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray. His dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too. He had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think those are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens, on the save files. But I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. So I shut off the game and took a break. I took a nap. I wish I hadn't. Because I then began to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in a pitch black darkness, though I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung up high above my head. I could hear the loud cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us, why did you give us to him, and run away before he gets you too." Their cries died out as I heard the Sonic laugh. His laugh. It sounded like the distorted Kefka laugh. You've had a lot of fun with Kid. You're a lot of fun to play with, Kid. Just like your friend Khan. Though, he didn't last long. I was scared, looking around for the source of the voice. Won't be long now until you join him and all my other friends. I saw him walking towards me, flickering in and out in several directions. You can't run, Kid. You're in my world now. Just like the others. When he grabbed me, I saw his bleeding black and red eyes, grinning face, and I woke up in a fright. After a couple of hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I didn't know why, but I had to know. I had to figure out what was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought this was wacky playing as Robotnik. But anyway, the level title appeared again, and this title it said ... which I found really freaky. This time I was in some kind of hallway. Didn't really look like it was from the classic Sonic games, though it had a pixelated style. The floor was shiny and checkered. The walls were a dark grayish purple with animated candlelight and a few dark bloodstains here and there. And there was a dark red curtain hanging above on the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, there's that red curtain sways very slowly. But whenever you're playing the game, you can barely see it move. The music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song. But I knew better that this was the song that played in Hell Act 1. Doesn't look like it's from Sonic, Lamau. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face, as if he was just a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when I was just left him standing. Turns his head to the left and then to the right, at least twice, and then shrugs at me, as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation, you know, when you beat him at the end of the classic Sonic game, when you chase him, as we continued going down the hallway. Then I stopped at the long flight of stairs leading downward. Now I was nervous. Even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though I pressed onward. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I noticed that the walls had gone darker, more reddish. The red torches are now an airy blue. Then we landed onto another hallway that was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. And we headed down another flight of stairs, down. This one was much longer. Took at least a full minute. Then I heard that horrid Kefka laugh again, and the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark red, and the torches were a black flame now. When Robotnik landed onto the third hallway, I noticed he looked really creeped out. Though he tried to hide it, I couldn't blame him. I was scared too. Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik, the same way he did Knuckles and then Red Static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me the most unpleasant image. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic standing in the darkness, where you could see his face, while his head and torso faded into black. And then I saw hyper-realistic. When I say hyper-realistic, I mean like he looks so real. You could actually see the lines in his blue fur, as if you could actually feel the fur if he touched the screen. His face, oh god, he had the most horrifying smile I had ever seen. And that's saying something considering I saw the image at the start of the game. His eyes are wide and black and once again crying blood, which also looked hyper-realistic. There were 2 small glowing red dots in those black eyes, staring right at me, as if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched to the sides of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs. Very sharp fangs. Much like the werehog's teeth, except more vicious looking, somewhat more vicious looking, somewhat yellowish from the look of it. He had stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips, and the fangs as if he ate some animal. I stared at the gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off it. It felt as though if he was actually looking at me, smiling at me, that face. It just took 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. And then the screen flickered with a red static again, 3 times. And on the 3rd, I heard the Kefka laugh. Except this time it sounded distorted, demonic even. I went back to the image again. Except this time, it went back to the image again. Except this time, there was the text again. Though it was messed up, but I was pretty much one of the most horrifying things I had looked on since I had the game. Dennis, what is Nintendo-ness? I am God. It was when I read that message, while looking at Sonic, when it hit me. I realized right there and then, this Sonic was a monster. A pure evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys. The game is the very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world, and the very hell his victims are trapped in. Suddenly, in an actual split second, I screamed as Sonic lunged at the screen, screeching loudly with his mouth wide open to an unnatural length, revealing nothing but a literal spiral abyss of pure darkness before the red static came again. This time much louder and distorted. So loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7 seconds. Then it stopped. It showed nothing but a black screen. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came up. Ready for round 2, Tom? The Kefka laugh now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me, played again 3 times, as I looked at the text in shock and confusion. Then I got booted to the main menu, and this time, the 3rd save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray, his mustache drooped and his head blackened. His glasses broke and blood is coming from them, and he had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they were going through. They were forever trapped within the game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog, and always will be. Then the computer shut itself off. I couldn't turn it back on, no matter what I did. I sat there for about maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what just happened. Sonic is the very embodiment of evil. He tortures people who play his game in more ways than one. And then when he gets bored, he drags you into the game. Literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always, as his toy. I can't get the game out of my head. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice right behind me, like a whisper. Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom. I turned around to see where the voice came from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with bloodstains under its eyes. And that is Sonic EXE. So, other than the abundance of using anyways, I don't think it's terrible. It's a classic for a reason, right? Like, honestly, kinda alright. Not too crazy. Only really, from what I was reading, the thing that really popped out to me was the fact that the writer, liked to really use anyway. I think I said anyway more than any other word. But maybe that's just me. We'll go ahead and throw you over here. And let us see what we'll be reading next. Hero Brian. Where are you, Hero Brian? This one's a short one. Get out of here, Ad. No, no. This one will be really quick. I'd recently spawned a new world in a single-player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first, as I began chopping down trees and crafting a workbench. I noticed something move amongst the dense fog. You were supposed to be a hero, Brian. I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides or armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character with a default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double-checked to make sure it wasn't in a multiplayer mode. He didn't stay there long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world and saw things that seemed out of place for a random map generator to make 2x2 tunnels and the rocks, small perfect pyramids made of sand and sand in the ocean, and groves of trees that were with all their leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw another player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance too far whenever I thought I saw him, but it was to no avail. I saved the map and went on to the forums to see if anyone else had found the pseudo player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man. I asked if anyone had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again, and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM from a user named Herobrine, containing the word stop. When I went to look at Herobrine's profile, the page was 404'd. I received an email from another user. Claimed the mods can read the forum users' messages, so we were safer than using email. The emailer claimed that he had seen the mystery player too, and had a small directory of other users who'd seen him as well. Their worlds were littered with obvious man-made features as well, and described their mystery player to have no pupils. Another month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mystery man had looked into the name Herobrine and found that name to be frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After further information gathering, he was revealed to be a brother of Notch, the game developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked if he had the brother. It took a while, but he emailed me back with a very short message. I did, but he's no longer with us. I haven't seen the mystery man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him. Here's the only evidence existing. Do you see him? He's right there. The original Herobrine posted on 4chan by an anonymous user. Upsized version of the image attached to the original post. A player-like figure that just barely visible left of the hill past the fog. The chicken does not seem to react to its presence. Spooky. I'm going to blow my nose real quick. 1 second. That's Herobrine. Not really much to say about it. At least from the creepypasta itself, anyway. Next. We got... Where Bad Kids Go. Another short one. We're gonna have all the long ones last. I was hoping to have the short ones like in between the long ones, but I guess we're just gonna kill off all the short ones like right away. It must have been 6 or 7 when I lived in Laban. This country was ravaged by war at this time, and murders were common and frequent. I remember during a particularly vicious era, when the bombings rarely stopped, I would stay at home, sitting in front of my television, watching a very, very strange show. Hey Doey, welcome in. It was a kid show that lasted about 30 minutes and contained strange and sinister images. To this day, I believe that it was the thinly veiled attempt on the part of the media to use scare tactics to keep kids in place. Because the moral of every episode revolved around very uptight ideologies. Stuff like bad kids stay up late, bad kids have their hands under the covers when they sleep, and bad kids steal food from the fridge at night. Snuck in at work. Ooh. Hopefully work's going well. Hopefully it's going by fast. It was a very weird and in Arabic. Top it off. I didn't understand much of it, but for the most part, the images were very graphic and comprehensive. The thing that stuck out with me the most, however, was the closing scene. It remained much the same in every episode. The camera would zoom in on an old, rusted, closed door. As it got closer to the door, strange and sometimes even agonizing screams would become more audible. It was extremely frightening, especially for a children's programming. Then a text would appear on the screen in Arabic writing, reading that that's where the bad kids go. But eventually, both the image and the sound would fade out, and that was the end of the episode. There's no one here. Well, I mean, hey, this isn't one you really need to, like, actually watch. It's just something you can listen to if you want it. About 15 or 16 years later, I became a journalist, photographer. That show had been on my mind all my life, popping up in my thoughts sporadically. Eventually, I'd come. Eventually, I'd had enough and decided to do some research. I finally managed to uncover the location of the studio, where much of the channel's programming had been recorded. Upon further research and eventually traveling on the site, I found out it was desolate and had been abandoned after the big war ended. I entered the building with my camera. It was burnt out from the inside. Either a fire had broken out or someone had wanted to incinerate all the wooden furniture. After a few hours of cautiously making my way into the studio and snapping pictures, I found an isolated, out-of-the-way room. After having to break through a few old locks and managing to break the heavy door open, I remained frozen in the doorway for several long moments. Traces of blood, feces, and tiny bone fragments lay scattered across the floor. It was a small room, an extremely morbid scene. What truly frightened me, though, what made me turn away and never want to come back, was the bolted cage microphone hanging from the roof in the middle of the room. Spooky. Don't be a bad kid, and you won't go in that room, boys and girls. Whoop. That's 3 down. We got 6 more to go. What do we have next? Well, looks like you came at just the right time, Doey. We got Ben drowned. No, I don't want your ad. Get out of here. That's a pretty good image right there. I'd be terrified of it. Ben when they drown. Let me take a quick swig. Finally, after a long day, you get a moment to yourself. You take a deep breath, sigh out the weight of the day's pressure, and collapse onto your beanbag, lifting the controller to load a game and enjoy some much-needed escapism. This time, however, escape might not be so easy. This time, you have loaded up a retro game, and that you bought from a garage sale, a lesser-known offshoot from a well-known game franchise that you've always had a soft spot for. Unfortunately, though you are clearly not the only person who had the affection for this game, or even the only one exploring the game's pixelated reality. Because of the game's leaderboard, another name, the name of the game's previous owner, flashes brilliantly. This previous owner had left his mark on the game, but has not necessarily left. As you continue with the gameplay, glitches begin to appear, operations and scenarios that shouldn't be possible begin to unfold, and increasingly you get the feeling that although it is in your hands on the controller, it is you who's being controlled. Suddenly the screen changes, and an oddly disoriented tune, warped by a slow drag of play backwards, rings out from the speakers, and a face at once familiar, somehow changed, appears on the screen. As long crimson streaks of fresh blood drip from the eye sockets of the face, staring forever onward. seems to see without seeing, staring at you, through you into it. It is at this point that you begin to realize you shouldn't have done that. Let me blow my nose real quick. As generally unnerving as it was groundbreaking, the creepypasta story of Ben Drowned has been widely praised for not only establishing some of the central tropes used in later creepypasta narratives, but also for its multi-modal storytelling, employing various formats, episodic unfolding, and audience interaction with the central elements to construct its universe and mythos. Though it employs a number of older and more well-established horror tropes, the way in which these threads were woven together has led to Ben Drowned and its creator, Jad Usable, being credited with elevating the genre as a whole. Unlike some creepypastas that evolve from a single self-centered contained story posted on a message board, Ben Drowned grew out of several posts initially presented as cries for help and expressively identified as not copypasta, with the poster insisting that they need your help with this. It was the initial presentation as truth and fact that the story eventually grew onto other modes of storytelling that made it so unique and so unsettling. There are a number of commonly associated with the Ben Drowned creepypasta. The most well-known and widely recognized being the modified image of Link from Nintendo's Samael Legends of Zelda series, modified to have eyes that are variously wild, dark, rimmed, and entirely blacked out, but seemed in every case to be pouring blood. Though it's the vision mostly close linked to Ben Drowned's story, it is interesting to note that this image did not appear, nor was it referred to in the original story. True to its creepypasta origins, the story of Ben Drowned was eventually adopted, altered, and modified by those who shared it, until this new and more popular avatar for the character evolved independent of both Nintendo, the original Link character's design, and the creepypasta. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I think I'm good. As the creepypasta's original author, Jedusaba outsaw, the character's original avatar was notably less gory, and yet somehow just as unnerving. Had been simply an image of the statue of Link that, unblinking and stoic, followed Josable around the game, just on the edge of sight. One possible explanation for the origin of the bleeding eye Ben image is the long-established story of statues, particularly those of the Virgin Mary, weeping blood. The suggestion that being that the first image of the weeping Ben was intended to depict the statue image that Ben originally avatared, crying blood in a similar manner, rather than simply the Link character or an embodiment of Ben himself. Alright, here we go. Okay, blank, I need your help with this. This is not a copypasta. This is a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is a video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked. to say the least. I could finally play all those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, I didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up local garage sales, hoping to score up some good deals for ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, fuck yeah, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did it. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up, with random junk on it. But something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of my car and was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance. I would not have thought of approaching this man. Snuck in. Oh, did I say snuck in at some point? Oh, you were talking about Doey. He got on his phone, I'm assuming, while at work. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for, and I noticed that he must have been blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look to his left eye instead, trying not to offend, and asked if he had any old video games. Needed to BRB for a while. There was a reservation for 50 peeps that are about to arrive. Oh boy. Good luck. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was. But to my surprise, he said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy, and turned to head back into the garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice that he was selling on his table. Littered across the table were rather peculiar paintings, various artworks that looked like ink blots and psychiatrists might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came with the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that was since I was secretly hoping to find the game at the garage sales. Some fraudulent bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterwards, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I had asked the man about it. Hello, love. Welcome in. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up, and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit I jumped out of reflex and laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora on it in black marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was, and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about the man who phrased that, but I didn't really pay much any attention to it. I was caught up in the not only finding the game, but getting it for free. Hi, Dongle, welcome in. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since it looked like a pretty shady cartridge and there was no guarantee it would work. But the optimist inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game. And that was all I needed to be back in Cloud9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me, wished me well, saying goodbye then. At least, that's what it sounded like to me. All the way into the car ride, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked fine. And there was just one save file, simply named Ben. Goodbye, Ben, he was saying. Goodbye, Ben. I felt bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile. And I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file, eyeballing. I could tell that it was pretty far into the game. He had almost all the masks and 3/4 remaining of the bosses. I noticed that he had the usual used of an owl statue to save the game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple. It was hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to being the game, but he never finished it. I made a new save file, named Link, out of tradition, and started the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking game cartridge, I was impressed at how smoothly it ran. Literally, just like a retail copy of the game. Save for a minor few hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke, in the programming, causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out, though, after a while. It was around after I'd been in the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went to the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect of the game's original owner. It's not like I needed to save files anyway. Hoping that it would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be, in the dialogue, there's just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing the game after again last night, getting the Lens of Truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora Mask players know that about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't, you can Google it, but the gist is that right as the clock is about to hit 0000000 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it in the right countdown, the countdown disappears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch and try to finish Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter on the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to escape the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy box in the arena. Staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me. The background music, which was regular from the area, but still creepy. Immediately my palms began to sweat. This is definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up around 60 seconds. I thought the game was bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I take a swig, 1 second. I was about to reach for the reset button when the text appeared on my screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized the text. You get that message when you get the room key from Andrew at the Stockpot Inn. But why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started to navigate the room again, testing to see that was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was. To even think someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss, yes or no. I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press, how the game would react when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes and the screen faded to white, and the words, Dawn of a New Day, with the subtext, blank, beneath it. Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear that I had ever experienced. The only way I could describe the way I felt here is having that feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that it seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do at the start of day one, only to find out the inhabitants were gone. Usually the fourth day glitch you could still find the guards and the dogs that run around outside the tower. This time they were all gone. What replaced them was the ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point it wasn't even considered my avatar. I felt like I was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the Song of Healing, rippled straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up so as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. And the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if it was just hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing. Bliss Clock Tower had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken. Helplessly broken, as the reverse Song of Healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time. I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I've never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was a combination of out-of-place textures in the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted. But it was literally on the verge of tears, and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape, and I did not want to be here. But every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say, "Your notes echo far," but nothing happened. By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why. It was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there, to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea maybe if I drown myself at the library pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment, the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link. Me with the Skull Kids screaming, playing in the background. And when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from it playing the song of Aljami and Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out and back into South Clocktown. And to my horror, the fucking statue followed me into the only way I could compare. Oh. The statue followed me, and the only way I can compare this is like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or, I don't even want to fucking say it, haunting me. Blow my nose real quick. But at this point, I was on the verge of hysterics. But not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why. I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt all so real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I had never even seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman smiling again for a brief moment, before I was face to face with that fucking statue again. I ended up running into the Swordsmaster's dojo and ran into the back. I don't know why, but in my panic I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one, but I turned to leave. The statue cornered me in a cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again with the happy masked salesman, and Link turned to face the screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered, while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly the game warped me into the underground tunnel, and the reverse Song of Healing queued up again, as I was given a brief moment to rest before the statue started appearing behind me again. This time, aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurried my way out of the tunnel and appeared in southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly in sheer panic, suddenly a red dead screamed, and the screen had faded to black. Dawn of day, and B appeared again. That fucking statue that I hate. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of the clock tower. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of the clock tower, with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up at the moon. I looked up, and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head. But the Skull Kid was just staring at me, hauntingly, with that fucking mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme was in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid. And it actually hit him. He was playing an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, Techbox appeared saying, "That won't do you any good, hee hee." And it was picked off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. The moon! I jumped when this happened. I'd never seen this move used on anyone in the game, and Skull Kid didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body started burning. The Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only for have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him. The same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force. He immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death screen, his faint sound of the Song of Healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed there was no music playing this time, and all there was an eerie silence. I remember the original encounter with the Skull Kid. You were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body, once again, horrified, exploded in flames and died. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times. Except this time Link was lying on the ground, dead, in a position I had never seen in the game before. His head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do was just stare at Link's dead body. After about 30 seconds of this, the game simply faded out to the message, "You've met a terrible fate, haven't you?" before kicking you to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced by Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 mask, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately I did was check the clock tower rooftop scene of my Link dead, and Skull Kid hovering over him, with the Skull Kid laughing, looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added below. Your Turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file was back right where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple, with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at that point. I'm not superstitious by this. It is way too fucked up, even for me. I hadn't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the Song of Healing, reverse Song of Healing music in my head, and I just remember the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone. Only to find that there was a for sale sign in front of the yard. When I rang the doorbell, no one answered. So now I'm back here, writing the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of the grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here, and I'm terrified of this game. Even more so than that, I relived a second time writing it all down. But I feel like there's still more to it that meets the eye. Once I get more water. And that there's something calling me to investigate further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what it, and if I could get a hold of the old man, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity, and I feel like... But next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so you see the last few minutes of what I saw, including the Skull Kid and the Elegy statue. But it's on YouTube here. I'm going to stay in this thread for a while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, and hopefully listen to your ideas and theories to help me shed some light into this. Or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little fucked up. But maybe this guy is just a really good hacker slash programmer? I don't want to think about the alternative if he isn't. Watch it, Skelly. Should we watch? Should we watch the part? Why? You know what? Why not? I don't think I have audio set for the display capture though. I do not. Is there audio? No, I'm gonna cry. It's so scary. Like, can you guys hear that at all? I don't think you can. I have to make a new audio source for the display. 1 second. No audio? Okay. Let's see, can you hear it now? Oh, that's really... Looks like it is capturing audio now, but it's really quiet, so let's turn that up. Way up. Let's get this gain in here. Let's test that. There we go. This gives my voice a little break too, which is nice. The backward sound used to make you more scared than the visuals. Not the happy mask salesman. He's too happy for his own good. The moon. Is there any actual like animation in the original game that has that effect? Like the setting on fire and what looks like is entirely covered in static electricity. You've met a terrible fate, haven't you? Part 2. I'm gonna post what happened and the link to the video footage. But last night, everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread. But last night, the Elegy of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream. That it would be minding my own business, then I'd feel my neck hair stand on end. I turn around and that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue, would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben. Never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. But the important thing is I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back up to the neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As I expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door, mowing the grass, killed the power to his lawnmower and asked if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to the old man that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered the old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question. One that I should have asked from the beginning. Who was Ben? The man's expression turned grim. I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago on April 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary, that he knew the specific date. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood. Shortly after his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man, to get any more information, he wouldn't divulge anything else. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game and immediately I jumped at the title screen where the mask flies by. The sound that played was not normal whoosh sound, it was something much more high-pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, just like 2 nights before. The files Your Turn and Ben were displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the Ben file earlier. It seemed to fluctuate between displaying the L-save and not. I brought up the Ben file, hesitant for a moment, noticing that the stats were not the same as they originally were 2 days ago. It seemed he already completed the Stone Tower Temple. For this time, summoning my courage, I selected it. Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was standing outside the Stone Tower Temple, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Tower Temple, but rather STONE. And immediately a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me. Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side, where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had the expression of his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly, back and forth. I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed that I had a C button item I had never seen before. Some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth that I didn't recognize from the game, almost demonic in nature, and there was some kind of high-pitched yip, or some kind of laugh, or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those fucking Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned immediately after I was cut into the Day of the New Dawn screen. Except this time it was without the blank subtext. I'm going to go quickly refill my water, guys. I'll be right back. Water acquired. Let's go. I was a Deku scrub in the clock tower. This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Tat would say, well, what just happened? It's as if everything has... But instead of saying, started over, she finished her remark in a broken text as a laugh the Happy Mask Salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a fucked up camera angle. I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as the Deku Scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go, but because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went inside the door. There I was greeted by the Happy Mask Salesman, who simply told me, "You've met a terrible fate, haven't you?" before the screen whited out. I was in Termina, field as a human again. I might as well have not been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around, and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell this was not normal. There were no enemies around, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman's theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona. As I approached them, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, and the elegy statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now I told myself that I should know better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully. I found the Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop, same as Epona, and the elegy of emptiness statue was doing what it has been doing all along, just standing there eerily. It was the Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other two. He was too idle, wearing that shit-eating grin. But whenever I moved, his head slowly turned to follow me. I had not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. It reminded me of the first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of the clock tower. I pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and tried a song I hadn't played yet, the Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop in day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song, and as I did, a ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. The sky immediately started flashing. The Happy Mask Salesman twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death screen as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying that transition from eerie to terror is. You're going to have to watch the video if you want to see the first hand. The same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again. As I met with the text, "You've met a horrible fate, haven't you?" for the 3rd time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. I had little to ponder as I immediately given another small cutscene of a transforming to Azora, and now I found myself in the giant temple bay. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach, where I found Epona. I was wondering why the game had decided to put her there. The game implying she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason she was placed here. Suddenly I realized Epona kept neighing, and the way she angled made it look like she was trying to signal and point me off into the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into the great bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last elegy of emptiness statue. It went down to examine it, and suddenly my Zora started to have a choking animation. I had never seen a Zora do something I had never seen a Zora do before, which didn't even make sense because Zoras can breathe underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died, and again the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why I would put me there is because the save file had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now it made sense why the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 clock tower. But the 2 save files had told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me, though. It taunts me with the new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further, but I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal. but I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand. I just get too depressed thinking about this. The footage is up there for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something, symbolic of what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to fuck with it anymore. And we watch. I fish for a kid named Ben. Welcome in, Yume.
What the Sigma?
Oh, thank you for the bed, Sato. Welcome in. Wiggle, wiggle. we continue. Just in case ads start playing, I'm going to mute application. I know it's early in the morning. I stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care what people
Do
say.
you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
Well, this thing.
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Frying sands is making me sneeze, I guess. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type this about this. The less I dwell on it, the better. I think the video game just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game. I was given, but I think that's what the gamer Ben, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm even humoring the absurd idea that he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's now following me around. Not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time behind my back, just watching me. I haven't gone to any of the classes. I've stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way I know he can't watch me. But he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It talked to me for the first time. Not just using text that's already in the game. It spoke to me. It talked to me. It referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. I gotta blow my nose. Well, actually, let me finish this dialogue and I can blow my nose when we're watching the video. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm so far away from home here as at this school. I just want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget the statue's horrible blank face. My original game file is back. Just the way I left it. Before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't. But that's impossible. It's a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like, seriously though, it can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself, but every time I think about it, I'm not so sure. Ooh, oh, welcome in, Josh.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
Me reading creepypastas. That's what this is. Classic. Oh god. Oh, is there no audit? Thank you for telling me. I was questioning that for a bit. I mute the audio just in case one of the ads on the site starts playing. I thought I unmuted it, but I guess I don't. I think I can hear it now. Only just. It's very quiet. Well, it's close to being in the yellow.
Watch out!
Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried about Jedizuzable. He is okay. He finished moving out today, and he said he's going back home. He's just taking the semester off. I'm not really sure what happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. Jedizuzable's roommate, and obviously I knew something was wrong with him, for a few days now. He stayed in his room all the time, fell out of contact with literally all of his friends. I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything. After the second day, I couldn't stay in there anymore. So I've been crashing at a buddy's place, only coming into my room to get stuff that I needed. I tried talking to him several times, but he would cut me off or keep this conversation brief when I asked him about this strange behavior. It was like he was convinced that something was hunting him. Yesterday, I came to grab my philosophy book, and he approached me, looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He had handed me a flash drive and gave me specific direct instructions. He told me he needed me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me that he had been going on, gave me an account info on it to his YouTube account, and told me that he's getting away from here. That if lured him to play it again instead of trying to change things, and that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him that he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eye. Told me that he'd never looking at that game again. And that's the last thing I ever heard he ever said to me. He never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. I honestly can't tell you what happened. When he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand him, and his fucked up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was the footage of the game's last night, a text document with the name and password for his YouTube, and a third document called The Truth TXT, containing what he told me were his notes that he'd taken. He told me that he meant everything to him. Oh, he told me that this meant everything to him, and I followed his instructions exactly. Normally, I wouldn't be so to the letter for requesting over a fucking video game. But the way he spoke and the way he looked made me know this was really serious. And I'm going to honor that. I had this video since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his other videos on his YouTube account to realize what was going on, and even when I'm really confused. And even then I'm really confused. The video I'm releasing tonight, The Truth TXT, will be released on September 15th, just like you requested. I haven't dared peek at it yet, so the first time I see it will be the first time you see it. Out of respect for my friend. To answer your questions, no, I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow to see if he's okay or not. He should have gone back home by now. About the video, in this video, I cut straight to where he loaded the Ben file in the game. Looking back, I realized that Jade left the save select screen in because it said different names sometimes, so my bad for that. But all of it said that this time was the same at the end of his last video, Lincoln Ben. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like in the beginning, when he first spawns, he's testing out his equipment or seeing what items he has or something, because apparently they've changed randomly before. Then after that, I just think the game got too personal for him. I did. Sonic EXE was actually the first one that we did, actually. That's what the wheel spun on. Whoa, whoa. Oh. Ben was behind the grave, too. Oh, man. Hey guys, Jade here. This will be the last time you'll be hearing from me, and this is my final gift to you. These are the notes that I have taken and the realizations I've made. Before I delve into this, I think I want to thank you all for following me and thank you for listening. It feels like the weight of a powerful burden is about to be lifted. By this time you read this, I won't be around anymore, but after spending 4 days with the Madden game, I've begun to understand what it's really at play here. And hopefully after reading this, we can assure that this never happens again. There are things that I could not share with you while this was going on due to the circumstances to which I'll explain. With Ben blocking any attempt I've made to try and relay the truth to you, I tried ever so subtly to warn you guys in various ways. Amidst the chaos and my delirium, I devised a barely noticeable pattern in my videos. In all 5 videos I recorded over the 4 days, I have either had the Mask of Truth, interacted with the Gossip Stone, or had the Lens of Truth equipped at some point. For you Zelda enthusiasts, these are all symbols of honesty and truth. Sorry, I sneezed. And trustworthiness, and I hope that one of you may have picked up on that reference. As I played the file, which I would name Ben, being mindful of how Ben was watching over my every movement in the game, I made a point of avoiding doing anything too obvious, but I sent out a hidden message to you guys. I never equipped the lens, nor the mask, nor visited a stone. It worked, and the video was uploaded. I pray that someone would have noticed the patterns didn't apply to Ben. The tags followed suit too. I hope you guys paid attention to those as well. They were my little messages to you. Nothing big enough that would catch Ben's attention, or make him suspect anything. With Ben manipulating and changing my files. I honestly hope that what you guys saw was close to what actually happened. But there is no way for me to know. This may be a long read. I don't have time to proofread or make any of my research pretty. But here it all is. September 6, 2010. At 11 p.m., can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax, despite the fear. I can't help but be exceptionally curious about this. Who or what is this stuff? What? Blah, 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 blah. Who or what is the statue? Lots of questions here. I'm starting this document as a diary so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing up a summary of what happened so I can come back to it later. September 7, 2010. At 2:10 a.m. Summary was posted here. You can go back and look at my first post for the day for WMV for that. 4:23 a.m. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try, I just get more restless. I just feel like that statue is appearing wherever I close my eyes. 8:20 a.m. Didn't sleep at all. I'm just going to start my day. I don't think I have the energy to go to class today. I'm gonna drive back down to town to talk to that old man. Taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. 1:18 p.m. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appeared to be moving the next day, but maybe the for sale sign was up there yesterday and I just didn't notice. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him. I'm going to feel like death. 3:46 p.m. Could have sworn, driving back on the subway, that I saw the elegy statue behind and some shrubbery staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. Hey Skelly, want me to order you fried rice? Sure. I would love some fried rice. 5 p.m. Don't think a lot of people would have believed me if I told them about what's happening. Think I'm going to try posting this on the internet. Think I'll try just to use the summary. These notes are pretty sporadic. I'm hungry and not able to cook at the moment. Yeah, that's fine. I'm more than happy with some fried rice. 6 p.m. Connected my capture card to my computer to upload the footage. Thought my computer froze for a second. Made this strange popping sound when I hooked everything up, but now it seems to be working again fine. My computer can't die on me now. 7 p.m. Footage is finished uploading. The quality is a lot better than I thought it would be. Gee, guess this is a really special cartridge. I've never had it come through this clear before. 8:45 p.m. Thought I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like a statue's face for a split second. Gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious, so I'm going to crash after this. 9 p.m. Began uploading the YouTube videos on alternate account. 9:03 p.m. I don't remember having uploaded a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. This is probably the account that I shared with a friend of mine. last summer. I hope he doesn't mind me using it to upload this. 9:55 p.m. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to the YouTube video. Gonna try staying awake, but I'm so tired right now. September 8th, 2010. 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about the statue. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream. That I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. It would turn around, that horrible lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dreams, I remember calling it Ben. Power of suggestion, most likely, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. 11:21 a.m. I really don't want to play this game again. I think I'm going to go back and to see that old man there. See if the old man's there instead. 1:35 p.m. No old man, but I had an interesting conversation with his neighbor. I'll post the full thing with my summary on tonight's attempt at playing the game. Going to wait for a bit though and see if I can dig up any information on this Ben guy. 2:45 p.m. I've been getting random, inexplicable headaches due to the lack of sleep. And I keep hearing that song in my head. Also, it's flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system isn't going to be shit right now because of all of that niter. 3 p.m. Nothing. 3:02 p.m. My computer just on its own opened a text document and wrote the word hi and www.cleverbot.com by itself. What the fuck? 3:46 p.m. I went to the website. It's one of those bot chatter programs. I think it's better I just let the conversation speak for itself. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. I'm not gonna read the names of them, so I'm just gonna read the conversation. Hello? Hello? Who is this, and how are you able to control my computer? Who am I? Right, forgot you're a bot. Do you really think that? Listen, I know whoever fucking with my computer can see my screen right now. Yes. Yeah, and I would wager you're one of those IT kids who thinks he's tough shit. You know, you're doing right now is illegal. Is it? No shit. Are you familiar with HTE terms of invasion of piracy? Privacy, not piracy. Arr, get the fuck out of my computer, kid. I am your computer. Cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to fuck with me, kid. Should I wait until you play the game, then? What? That game. Majora's Mask? Yes. How do you know about it? Because... Because what? I did it. Did what? Played with you. What the fuck? Were you scared? Who the fuck is this? Ben. The statue? You're inside my computer now? Yes. How? You connected me. How did I connect you? Cables and cords. How? Tell me about yourself. What? Tell me about yourself. What do you mean? What is it that really scares you? What the fuck? Answer. No. Answer. What the fuck? How the fuck do you just open that by yourself? I am your computer now. How much can you control? All. What do you want from me? To entertain. You're stuck inside here. You can't hurt me. Ha. Hello. Go play. No, you can't hurt me. Took you longer to type that. So? You're not sure. If you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me? Less messy, more structured. Fun. Fun. Yes. Traditional. I like it. You think it's funny. Amusing. And my notes? You may write them down. Why are you letting me? It's amusing to see what you think of me. 3:50 p.m. What have I done? I've invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I'm a prisoner in in my one place of security. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm fucking insane right now. I can feel it watching over me. Even as I type this, Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep. But for what? What's the purpose? I know Ben drowned, but why these hauntings? What the fuck am I even doing? You can probably even see this right now. 8:35 summary of Ben WMVB playthrough. 7:18 p.m. Ben is calling me to Cleverbot again. He tells me that he's sorry and wants to be free, and that I can free him. That's just like how he got on my computer from the capture card. He can spread, but he needs my help. He says I'm special because I can help him. That's the first nice thing he has said. He promises to leave me alone if I do it. He swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? Oh, I can feel a sneeze coming on. You know what's worse than sneezing? Having the feeling of a sneeze and then never having the sneeze happen. 7:20 p.m. I'm terrified of it, but now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and fucked up version of fun. He's saying the game is over. I do want it to be over. He says he just wants to be free, and he's trapped in a cartridge in my computer, and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I don't know how long I can deal with this, with the watching. It's the watching my every move, every keystroke. I have nothing private anymore. I know everything that's been on my computer. It tells me that if I wanted to, it could do horrible things to me. But it hasn't, so I should trust it. 8:01 p.m. Something tells me that I'm being played again, just like the game. 9:29 p.m. Ben called me on to Cleverbot again. I ignored it, and I went to take a shower. When I came back to my laptop, I was welcomed by an image of the Eldritch statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I don't want to talk to him. 9:44 p.m. Fuck you, Ben, I'm not talking to you. 9:56 p.m. Fuck you, Ben, I'm not talking. 10:06 p.m. Fuck you, Ben, I'm not talking to you. 10:12 p.m. Fuck you, Ben, I'm not talking to you. 10:45 p.m. It's been more than half an hour, and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think Ben isn't confined to just my computer/cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air in the dorm right now. 11:42 p.m. I'm beginning to see the Eldritch statue randomly. I searched in the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at a picture of the Eldritch statue. Always the Eldritch statue. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Ben versus Monica. September 9th, 2010. 12:35 a.m. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of Ben WMV. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forums for Ben WMV file, and parts of it have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. There's no mention of the Moon Children. How can he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? I'm wondering if maybe it appeared to me that I posted everything, but in reality, Ben was posting his own censored version. I'm gonna ask Ben why he did that. 12:50 a.m. He isn't responding to me on Cleverbot. It's just giving me generic responses it usually does. I'm just talking to a bot this time. 1:24 a.m. I think Ben is mad at me. 10:43 a.m. The Moon Children appeared in my dreams last night. They lifted up their masks to reveal their hideous, disfigured faces. Maggots crawling out of their orifices, sunken black holes where their eyes should be. A yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me they wanted to play. I tried to run from them. The 4 children pinned me down to the ground with their surprising strength. Over them stood the happy mask salesman, announcing that he had a new mask that he wanted me to try. And his spastic, sudden movements matching his, and in-game appearance. He took out a mask of a modeled off of someone's face that I couldn't recognize, a younger looking face, and handed it to the Moon Children. Giggling, they latched it to my face, their horrible broken down bodies bouncing up and down. 2 of them held me down while the other 2 began to sew the mask onto my face. My shrieks and screams caused the happy mask salesman's face to turn into this horrific smile I had ever seen. He sporadically moved around, examining the procedure like a curious doctor. In that impossible movement, I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled in the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real, but I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded onto my flesh, they began to sew my legs together. Then my arms. The horrific feeling of the needles puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles tendon and tying them together, resonated through my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face, and my new face had no mouth. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming, tried telling myself again and again, and suddenly the Moon Children stopped and looked at me. They just stared. And the happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me, inches away from my face, and grinned, when he simply said, "You've met a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before the Moon Children resumed, and with increased vigor, I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. I couldn't let me wake up until they crafted into another LG statue. I woke up sweating, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I immediately ran to my computer and went to bed. Answer me, Ben. Welcome back. What's the point of doing this? Why? Amusing to see. How? Fun to play, fun to toy with you. Make you feel safe. I wonder how you would have reacted. To what? If I hadn't revealed myself and stayed hidden. Only doing little things to play with you. Close your windows. Turn off your computer. Move your mouse by itself. Little things. Make you wonder if I'm there. But you never know. Give you little hints that I am. I wanted to do something different with you. You did this before? Yes. And I will do it again. To who, Ben? Huh. Do you know Ben? We'll tell you that information to you. How did Ben die? You know. No. But how did he drown? Won't tell you that. Why? It's reserved for another. Who? Another who asks. When? Later. I'm beginning to think this thing maybe isn't Ben at all. It's sadistic in nature. I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. 12:04 p.m. My room began to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened. Like, there's something that it's trying to reach out for me. Strangle me, and it can't quite get there. 12:46 p.m. I think Ben doesn't want to play with me anymore. I'll play again. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I played the game again. Please, just stop this. Please, please. 1:41 p.m. I'm going insane. Trying to decide if it's real and what isn't. Is Ben trying to play a trick on me, or is this real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see that screen flicker, or was it my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on anyone. You second guess everything. The brief moments I'm looking at my responses to the videos, people were pointing out things that look fake or photoshopped or whatever. And then there's literally no way for me to know if Ben changed something or something on purpose or to try and shut me up. Or maybe these replies were just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from ever reaching out. See, I get fucking caught in an infinite mindfuck loop like this. And this is what it's been, wearing all my sanity, pushing me to the edge. As I'm writing this, there's no way of even telling if anyone even cares as much as I think they do. Just another fucking trick. And this whole document even exist? Am I writing nothing? Blowing my nose break. What's the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything? You die because you can't figure out the secret. What? Thematic. What the fuck are you talking about? There's beauty in your suffering. 4:09 p.m. Ben is making me play the game again. It tells me that if it has something very important to show me. Summary of Drowned W playthrough, summary of Children playthrough. September 10, 2010. 11:52. The Drowned WMVP playing was up when I woke up again today. Or when I woke up today. I remember typing it up, but I don't ever remember posting it. He censored it again, but there's no mention of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I'm only posting what he wants me to. I have the mask he uses to disguise himself as he lies. 11:55 a.m. There's an entire video summary of the video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, that sounds morbid, resembling my dreams from 2 nights ago, except on a far more sadistic scale. These moon children, there's something more to them. Almost as if there's another entity from Ben. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the forest summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. 12 p.m. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. I can browse the rest of the sites, but it keeps on existing on the window when I go on YouTube. Why? 12:02 p.m. I'm feeling the air start to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whenever Aura has been here, it's getting more violent. 2:44 p.m. I'm trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the AI. 3:51 p.m. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. I keep hearing it. 4:23 p.m. Now I'm positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I went to open the window and 3 floors down on the ground level I saw the old man. I'm completely positive I did. The same guy. He was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of the campus. If any of the students took notice of him, they didn't seem to acknowledge it. That's where my notes ended. I fled my room, taking the cartridge with me. I don't want to go into details of what happened. I'll lose my train of thought as I hammer out all the last details. It's been roughly 2 days since then. This is my last summary in service to you of the final video you guys saw, Matt WMV. The last video entry I made, Matt WMV, began as the normal. I spawned at the clock tower as usual, and nothing seemed to be out of place. Determined to set things right and played the oath to order on top of the clock tower on the 4th day. I prepared myself I sped up time and got to the final day, making my way to the observatory. As I got to the telescope room and approached the astronomer, he would not let me look into the telescope. He told me that it would be cheating and that I should follow the rules. Despite my repeated efforts, the game would not let me do the 4th day glitch, no matter how hard or what I tried. I tried working around the game and doing the glitch, but I was adamant this time. Regardless of if I simply had the illusion of free will in the prior games, this time the game became more aggressive than anything I've ever seen. It eventually told me to go to Ocarina Canyon, where the game would end and it would stop haunting me. Anxious and desperate to end this nightmare, I played the Song of Soaring and ended up there. I was told to check my inventory, that I would find the answers there to end the game. I arrived in Acanaville Canyon and thus saved my progress at the owl statue. As I searched through my inventory, I finally noticed that I was missing a reoccurring song, the Elegy of Emptiness. Obviously, once I traveled there and learned the song, I suppose that was the last thing it needed before Ben decided it had enough fun playing with me. Ben is a manipulator. He tries to fool his victims into security and makes you drop your guard like a Venus flytrap. He ensnares them. I am nothing but a puppet to him. He seems... I'm mixing up my words now. He enjoys seeing what kind of human emotions he can tap into by doing different things. There's are still some things about the whole experience that still don't make sense. But then again, I never was good at figuring out these things, and I'm not exactly in the right state of mind to. I'm giving you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together, and the missing links. I'm trying to these closing thoughts on the library computer on campus. I've emailed myself the notes I've stored in my infected computer from the last 4 days. I'm then going to combine these, copy/paste these notes with the closing openings that I've typed on a safe, public computer into one text document. I'm not taking any chances spreading that. I would not wish this a horrible torment on anyone, and I've made sure to have my bases covered. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back at my computer trying to email myself the notes. Went right under his fucking nose. He has no idea what he's just let me do. Had no problem opening the text document from the infected computer in my email either. I can't describe to you how it feels to finally be able to get a word out in this post. The nightmare ends here. Hello, Tokyo, welcome in. Wanted to show up, glad I could? Hell yeah. I appreciate it. That said, do not download any of my videos or anything about my videos. Though a YouTube video/audio ripper, a screen grab, whatever. I don't know how he can spread, but I know that he was watching them on YouTube/reading my text won't be able to allow him to spread. Otherwise he would have needed my help in the first place. But I strongly recommend you do not take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. Little water break. This will be my last posting. I'm putting up on this forum here for the world. If you see any further posts from me after this current date, September 12th, and after the current time, 12:08 a.m., discredit them. I've already proven to me that Ben can access my account/password and manipulate my computer. And like I said, I have no idea what extent it can do this. But know that it will do anything to break free. He's desperate. To ensure your safety, just forget about me, please. And obviously this goes without saying, but from here on out, do not download any images I may have put up, any files or anything. This 5th day will be my last day. I'm going to burn the cartridge and then come back to destroy my laptop. Again, even though I don't know you, this is a sort of bittersweet to me. This semester really didn't have any friends, or rather I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose that's partially to blame because I'm the genius who picked to live in a single. I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I get too immersed into this game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it happened to me and I could get the warning out so Ben dies here. Lastly, thank you for taking this time to open this story. Open this and open yourself to me by hearing my story. Despite maybe not believing me, you didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going, and now I'm finally free. Thanks again. I believe that's the end of the actual story. I think this is just talking about more about it. We can read it, why not? Initially constructed just on a whim, college student Alex Hall, Ben Drown went through a number of progressive, more expansive and interactive stages in development. In short, the story began as a traditional creepy story posted on message boards, story used to demonstrate video evidence to support the author's claims before moving to a self-funded website that had advanced narrative involving the story and traditional text narrative into an interactive experience in ARG. The second stage, which has encompassed a hiatus followed by a third stage, which apparently going to end with the video game. The story is commonly divided into 3 acts: The Haunted Cartridge, Moon Children, and Awakening. Jade's initial post asking for help and outlining his experience, while distinguishing President as truth, with a haunted N64 cartridge bought from a creepy old man at a garage sale, like a mogwai from a downstairs store in Chinatown, first appeared on 4chan X-Board on 7th September 2010. It was then added to and carefully enlarged over subsequent days till the whole story emerged a drip-drip fashion between 7th and the 15th of September. This first series of episodic installments is considered to be the first arc of the Ben Drone story, referred as the Haunted Cartridge. This method of adding to the unfolding story gradually in 7 chapters and subscription arcs that built on the original lent the events an air of authenticity. That word. That would not have been present if the story had just come out in one big chunk. It helped Jade construct something that is more accurately described as mythology than a single story. After the initial post told in first person, Jade continued to post the videos and update the incorporated interactions with other users, their comments and suggestions, allowing him to respond and reveal parts of the legend in real time. The second arc, Moon Children, which was again drip-fed to the audience and updates and chapters over the course of 10 months from the September 17th September 2010. I kept wanting to say September 1st before the actual date, to July 15th of the following year. Expanded upon the story of Ben, the child who was supposedly the previous owner of the Haunted Cartridge, and added a story of cult built around worship of the Moon Children and child sacrifice. What truly elevated the Ben Drown mythology, however, is the use of its known as transmedia storytelling. If you're wondering what the hell we mean by transmedia storytelling, it's really very simple. Jade allowed his story to be almost discovered and molded by the users and readers, encouraging them to construct a vision of the whole story by following threads of breadcrumbs in several channels and platforms in different medias. Meaning he used words, images, videos, and narratives, amongst other things, to tell different bits of the story. Basically, instead of simply posting a complete story in one shot, Jade chose to construct a central narrative by using a number of different platforms and models, or modes, building his story gradually like a patchwork woven from several interconnected sources. Over the course of numerous videos, chapters, updated, and interactions with other users, that racked up to the mind-blowing 3,591,600 words, and 382 minutes of footage. He built an entire mythology that an audience could interact with. A great example of the multi-modal transmedia storytelling and the way that it adds an extra layer of believability to the piece is in Jade's use of the YouTube, having roped in readers with his first true story about the Haunted Cartridge. He then provided a so-called evidence to support his claims in showing footage of the gameplay and the strange occurrences that were going on in the game, and freaking him out. This was a gamer's equivalent of found footage and was presented as a hard evidence to back up his outlandish claims. Having already selected the video game that was somewhat left field, an obscure cousin of more popular and well-loved game, not to mention that it just had somewhat melancholy and haunting atmosphere to begin with, Jade used the Project 64 and emulator to manipulate the appearance of the game and the on-screen elements. By then filming the gameplay in the warped vision of something that would be recognized to fans, he was able to create the impression that he was genuinely experiencing something of the ordinary within the world of the games, suggesting that the technology driven the games functionally was operated by an entirely unexpected and unprecedented way. Paul has explained the rationale behind this, underlining how unnerved it can be when technology we expect to do one thing, because it was programmed that way, begins to go off script. Whilst the strange occurrences and seemingly unique scenarios can be explained away as simple series of glitches in a yard sale knockoff of the game, the story of the mystery user Ben and the supposedly haunted of the cartridge offers a less tangible explanation that leads the audience to experience the fantastic as they juggle the possibilities that this could just be a malfunction, but could also be a supernatural haunting. This unsettling mixing of modes and platforms was taken even further when the narrative, which had been told as a conventional first-person account in the first post and developed into a series of interactions in the further arcs, went one better by breaking the fourth wall conventions, inviting the viewer to participate and intimidating that the characters had somehow broken out of the narrative. The description of the fourth video featured a message from someone purporting to be Jade, former roommate, who made claims about the original author Ben moved out of the dorms, but having left behind documents and flash drives containing further clues that should only be uploaded after a specific date. When the text was finally released on September 12, 2010, on MediaFire, it allegedly contained notes written by Jade that called the validity of the other post into question. These notes alleged that the character Ben had communicated with Jade after having taken control of his computer and spoke via Cleverbot. It was then suggested that the story as told was untrue and in fact constructed by the character Ben himself. The text warned readers not to trust any of the output of Jade after a specific date, as it reinforced this version of the events. The avatar on Jade YouTube changed to show that Link statue with the location altered and ominous message, "Now I am everywhere." Clues in the description led readers to a website that continued the narrative in its second and far more interactive form. In the years since the original Ben download post, the character has lived up to its own prophecy and has become everywhere, as well as the Ben Drowned character branching out from a straight texture narrative into formats, giving it a wider presence on the internet as users on different platforms encountered the character. The vast number of tribute stories featuring the character, fan fiction, and fan art with subtle variations has cemented the character as one of the most popular creepypasta characters ever, and even allowed the character to develop an image independent of its creators, which is in itself rather a creepy development. While Ben Drowned has been praised for the originality and influence of its storytelling, methodology, and the narrative itself is dependent upon some long-established tropes. The most modern parallel of Ringu, the Ring series, is what caused the videotape is passed along prospective victims and spirit inhabiting the tape being a nasty end to anyone who watches it. Further back, the fundamentals mechanics of the storytelling level very long, with the notion of haunted or inhabited objects become a very common trope. One unexpected place to find similarities to Ben Drowned is the ghost stories of M.J.R. James. In these stories, we find not only the common theme of discovered objects summoning some dark or evil force, "Oh, whistle and I'll come to you, my lad," a warning to the curious, but the more explicit linked concept of a object changing or altering because of a spirit or entity that lives inside of it. The Mezart, the haunted doll, the house. Beyond this, we also find elements of malevolent forces slowly stalking the protagonist, casting runes, Count Magus, and Canon Obrick's scrapbook. That is Ben's Drown. That took a while to finish, but it also was a 63-minute read. I don't know if it took me an hour to read that, but that's a good one. I enjoyed Ben Drowned quite a lot. It still stands up today, I feel. Blow my nose just real quick. Fish. And with that, we have 4 down, 5 more to go. Let's see what we got next. we got survival guide. Ah, survival. A short one. But short ones can be pretty damn good too. We've all been there. You just had to go on to a certain place, at a certain time, on a certain date. Done a special thing, and the thing you suspected would have happened just fucking happened. Not to mention the fact that you just seen whatever the fuck it is that lives in your mirror. Be told in detail how you're going to die. The highly demonic and the invincible thing you summoned is heading towards you. Also, your family are all dead. Your friends are all missing, and you're being framed by someone with access to your bedroom. What the fuck do you do, sweet protagonist? Well, you've come to the right place to find out. There are some simple rules one must follow in order to firstly not become the victim of creepypasta, furthermore to come out kicking and the worst does happen. With the help of this guide, you too can be the catonic tradumaticide wreck as opposed by the guys currently being worn as a coat by some dude who roams a lot. Just to keep these simple rules in mind. Mirrors don't mix. Mirrors and darkness don't mix. 2. Actual mirrors are general no in creepypasta world. There's nothing more sinister. Might need an analog coordinate. Yeah, true. 3. There is 0 chance of survival if you look the thing that no one else can see or answer its question incorrectly. 4. If you're alone at night in a creepy mental institution, take some time to consider what the fuck you are doing there. Then, if it is appropriate to do so, leave. 5. You're going to places where everyone else who went there never came back, or died inexplicably. 6. If someone stops your vehicle at night and asks to come with you, it would probably be in your best interest to politely decline. 7. Killing is the last method of survival. Use it sparingly, but without fear. 8. Who was phone? Is always a good thing to ponder. Also, who the hell answers a phone while kissing a dead person's sexy daughter? A douche is who. 9. Get a simple .38 revolver, loaded with 2 silver bullets. If you really feel like there's no chance to come out alive in the situation, take one shot at whatever's threatening you. If that doesn't work, you still have the last shot to become a hero with. Area 51 is simply 10. Area 51 is simply too well guarded to let you get in or to let any alien out. 11. When you get into a hotel, try to steer clear of unauthorized areas. If you couldn't resist but saw a red thing, take some time to consider the price range of a hotel standard on your next visit. Have you ever stayed at a haunted Hilton? 12. When booking your hotel, say hotel stay, TripAdvisor can be an invaluable tool in deeming whether your choice is a scene of multiple murders / full of dead people / built in the mouth of hell. Local newspapers can also be helpful. 13. Invoking demons, speaking weird languages, and performing rituals of any kind is considered dangerous. Refrain from doing that, especially around abandoned warehouses, churches, psychiatric. What the? Get out of here. Let me say that word. I'm putting this in a thingy. Alright, it won't let me do that way. I guess I type it. How to pronounce Psychiatric. That's how you pronounce that word. Psychiatric institutions, forests, and your house in front of a mirror at night. 14. When going to a new area, environmental understanding is key to survival. Ask around for cursed places, legends, dangers, and other details. Locals to the people advice, and don't be afraid to ask if you're unaware of which attacks/disappearances are paranormal and which aren't. 15. Always have a Bible next to your bed. Provides average reading material, proof of beliefs, and really a heavy object to throw at enemies. 16. Don't count on holy water. Get a sturdy vial of sulfuric acid, and let a priest concentrate it. 17. Japanese priests cleanse rooms by waving katana swords around. Their ritual is 100% effective on corporeal beings, on corporeal forms. 18. If you find 666 messages on your phone, mailbox, email, etc., consider changing the said service provider. Also, don't bother listening/reading the messages. It's spam. Extra-dimensional, possibly, but spam nevertheless. 19. Old pharmaceutical companies can't help you unless you specifically need blood of an innocent, snake oil, or radioactive syrup, which is never. 20. If you need to sign it in blood, you don't need to sign it. All mainstream governing bodies will accept contracts signed in ink. Bear this in mind if offering deals that seem too good to be true. 21. Lighthouses are dangerous. Avoid them at all costs. If you work at a lighthouse, consider a career in insurance sales or veterinary care. 22. There is simply no reason to listen to music that causes suicidal tendencies, or to watch films that have had strange deaths, disastrous consequences. 23. If you like to plan ahead and have some money to buy your auntie and uncle a house in Bel Air, nothing can harm you there, no matter how scared your mother is. 24. Secret, secluded, untouched places and old buildings are left untouched for a reason. Pioneers never say die, but in fact, they do have an unusually high mortality rate. 25. Before you start swimming in ice-cold waters of a murky lake at the center of a dark forest at midnight, ask yourself, do you really want to travel to an ancient and terrifying city? If the answer is no, then stay at home instead, and watch whatever quality programming is available on Cinemax. 26. On your 33rd birthday, try celebrating in a well-lit house with company and others. 27. Refrain from using the one true name for anything, and there's probably a reason people gave it a nick. 28. Watching TV static for long periods may be hazardous for your health. Try satellite TV to combat this problem. 29. Get a cat. These furry little hairballs seem to be perceive unnatural phenomenon better than us. And if you're desperate, simply throwing it at whatever it is about to get you. Finally, something I can use Tarzan for. I knew there's a reason he was so heavy. 30. Cemeteries are bad places, especially in foggy conditions and on Halloween. 31. Try not to close your eyes, ever. If you must do so, do it so only briefly. 32. If you hear chanting, run until you're out of earshot. 33. If you're too old to play with dolls, you do not need to be anywhere near one of the creepy little fuckers. 34. Legends can offer valuable insight of where not to go camping with friends. 35. When babysitting, ascertain the family's tastes and preferences to avoid being killed by poorly selected statues. 36. Even if you're certain that running will not save you, it's always best to try. Follow these simple rules and little or massive harm will befall you. Either way, the important thing is to make sure your tale is told, copied, and pasted repeatedly. Thank you, Survival Guide. Very cool of you. On to the next one. Or left. Hey, this one is one of my Psychosis. This one is one of my favorites that I remember. Go away, ad. That I remember enjoying a lot. We're not going to watch this because I think this is just someone reading it, right? Yeah, this is just someone reading it. One that I remember really enjoying when I was still in high school. So we'll see if it still stands up. Take a swig of water first. Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer, I need to organize my thoughts. I need to get down all the details somewhere objective. Somewhere I know that I can write, that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that's happened, it's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast of things. Running those lungs dry, honestly. I was starting to feel it when I started reading Ben Drowned. I was trying my best not to cough, but I was coughing quite a bit. So it was really nice that the videos kind of like divided it up, give my throat a little break. But we're gonna keep going on show. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment. The only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensely. I suppose I just want to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange. I know I don't think that. I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I started to feel that something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online when I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged on at all. My instant messages get unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying he talked to me when he got back from the store, and that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception is terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to get to call someone. I'm going outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in a mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call anyway. I did change my shirt though, because it was lunchtime and I guess that I'd run into at least one person I knew, and it didn't end up happening. I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself into me, for some undefinable reason. I chalked it up at not having spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 Drury soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows these machines are even down here. Or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving in to the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for the moment. I got to the stairwell, and then took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite a shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark streets outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save for a few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. Thank you, love. I have some fried rice. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside? I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door. I knew it was uniquely kind of late night wind. The kind that was consistent, cold, and quiet, saving for a rhythmic music it made as it passed through the countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Move this around real quick. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice. I remember thinking I'm relieved. It was such a strange thing to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend, Amy's number, and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, and then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to the silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. It's still full. I went to dial her number again, but my phone rang in my head, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked immediately, fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken words in days, even if it was my own. I had gotten used to the drone and hum of the building's inner workings. My computer and the soda machines in the hallway, there was no response to my greeting at first, but then finally a voice came. "Hey," said a clear male voice, obviously a college age like me. "Who's this?" "John," I replied, confused. "Oh, sorry, wrong number," he replied, and then hanged up. I lowered my phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received call list, but the number was unfamiliar. But before I could think any further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time I held the phone up to my ear but said nothing. I heard nothing. The general background noise of the phone was a familiar voice broke the tension. "John?" was the single word in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, it's you," I replied. "Who else would it be?" she responded. "Oh, the number. I'm at a party on the 7th Street and my phone died, just as you called me." "This is someone else's phone, obviously." Oh, okay," I said. "Where are you?" she asked. My eyes glanced over the drab whitewashed cylinder block walls and the heavy metal door with a small window. "At my building," I sighed, just feeling cooped up, but didn't realize it was so late. "You should come here," she said, laughing. "Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night," I said, looking out the window of the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. "I think I'm just going to keep working, go to bed." "Nonsense," she replied. "I can come get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?" "How drunk are you?" I asked lightheartedly. "You know where I live." "Oh, of course," she said abruptly. "I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?" "You could if you wanted to waste an hour and a half," I told her. "Right," she said. "Okay. Have to go. Good luck with your work." I lowered the phone. Once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls in the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness, and the empty stairwell. Quick drink. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had a sudden, inexplicable idea that something could look at the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity hovering on the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody else was around, so I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could while still staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I get a call from a wrong number, and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange happened. Nothing strange happening. Still, there was something a little off about the conversation. I know it could have just been alcohol she'd had, or was it even that that it seemed off that her, or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it, yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until this moment, writing these things down. I knew writing things down would help. She said she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could have gone outside to make a call. No, that couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind's still blowing. Monday. Forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal doors window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fears seem hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait, I think I heard something. It was thunder. The whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water, as a torrent of rain slammed against it. Only a very dim and gloomy light filtered in through the rain, but at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make out anything that was more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves of washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered around further up the stairs, past the first floor, and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor of the building. I looked through the glass that ran from the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was warped. Thick kind of that scatters the light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue, a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths, erected by some kind of ancient forgotten civilization, for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that, just a moment, the old grainy blue wood looked just like a rough stone. I laughed at myself, for letting my imagination get the best of me. But then it occurred to me, the dim gloom and lightning must mean that there was a window somewhere in the hall, and the vague memory surfaced. And I suddenly recalled the third floor had an alcove and an insect window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked to the alcove. Finding the large, thin glass window, rain washed down it, as the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately. So I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it. But I'm bored, and it's raining, and I'm going stir-crazy. I came back with my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm going to hide it between the two soda machines in the dark end of the basement hallway, run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put the black duct tape over the wire to blend in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to the stairwell door. Oop, my headphones stopped. Since I have no audio playing, my headphones decided to turn off. 1 second. I guess I don't really need it, right? Wait, shouldn't there be... Oh, I don't hear... Oh, maybe because they... Oh, yeah, let me do that so I can hear the background sound that I have playing. There we go. I wasn't able to hear the background sound that I had because it went over and looped back to it. I'll just start from the top. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to the stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell. Down the stairs to the room and slammed on the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door, and most of the stairway. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. Just wish the camera position was different, so that I could see out of the front door. Hey, somebody's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to the video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted a video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk for very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful. But I feel much better. My strange fear had almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there's something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that everything had seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing he had said, no particular name or place or even event, but he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her at a diner at the place we usually go to. I do love pizza, and I've been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I'm having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god, I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list. It had no subject and said simply, "Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them, they." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shocked me, and I keep going over them. Is it a desperate email sent as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something, but the words, "Seen it with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I've not seen another person with my own eyes, or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was strange, so vague, so eerie. Now that I think about it, was it eerie? Or was that my fear clouding my mind? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I've not been present with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name and the subsequent strange return calls from Amy. The friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first and when I saw him online. And then I got the first email a few minutes after the conversation. Oh my god. That phone call with Amy, I said over the phone. I said I was half an hour walk from the 7th Street. They know I'm near here. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard from anyone else in days? No, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up in every corner to see if I got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in a tiny bathroom near one of the ceiling corners, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number on my list. Not wanting to betray anything about my unfound fears, I simply sent, "Have you seen anyone's face to face? You've seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted a reply back. I didn't care what the reply was, or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough. If I brought my cell phone down even an inch, I lost the signal. Then I remembered the computer, and rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. More were idle or away from their computers. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic. I started telling people where I was, and I would stop by in person for a host or barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I tore apart my apartment looking for something that I might have missed. Some way to contact another human being without opening the door. If it's crazy, I know it's unfounded. But what if? I just need to be sure. I typed the phone to the ceiling in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran to the bathroom, stood on the toilet and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy. Man, I feel so much better. She was really worried about me. Apparently, had been trying to contact me since last night. Talked to her since she's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I'm definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing it down now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had since God knows when. I look like hell. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just look generally unhealthy. Sip break. My apartment is trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I am not one to imagine things. I know I've been a victim of an extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. It just happened to go out when it was late at night, or in the middle of the day when everyone's gone. Everything's perfectly fine. I know this is plus. I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up before I wrote this, and it's on the background. Television has always been an escape for me, and it reminds me that there's a world behind these dingy brick walls. I'm glad that Amy's the only one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm, sunny day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back there and to the moment sometimes. And it reminds me that this damn place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock at the door. I thought it was odd I couldn't see her through the camera I hid between the two soda machines. Figured it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. Another knock. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines because I was embarrassed myself and I had taken the paranoia so far. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera, and she looked down. She smiled and waved.
Hello!
Hello, Nanto. Welcome in. Hey, she said to the camera brightly, giving a wary look. It's weird, I know, I said into the mic attached to my computer. I've had a weird few days. Must have, she replied. Open the door, John. I hesitated. How could I be sure? Hey, humor me here, I told her through the mic. Tell me one thing about us. Just prove to me that you're you. She gave the camera a weird look. Alright, she said slowly, thinking. We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there. I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I've been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the whole world except in my memory. I had never mentioned it to anyone, not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange secret nostalgia and longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there's no way they could know about that day. Alright, I'll explain everything, I told her. You're right there. I ran to my small bathroom and fixed my hair as best as I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made in the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed I've tipped to the side looking for God knows what. What pasta is this one? This is Psychosis. This Psychosis is probably one of my favorite ones. I almost turned the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam the one I used for that eerie vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side. I slowly opened the door. Its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me in as I realized that if something could see through the camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought they or it did not know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook. The doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was that the basement door? Made to keep out drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in, if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on the computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers through the camera outside. But was it real? How could I know? She was gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled everything in my apartment against the front door. At least, I think it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing out on there could have been accessed by network access or worse, altered. I'm a programmer, I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started. My name, my email, my location. None of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning where the phone call from Amy, she was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I keep running it through my head. One point of view says I'm acting like a madman, and all of this is extreme convergence of probability, never going outside at the right times, by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that the extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever is out there hasn't gone me yet. I keep thinking, I never opened the window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door until an incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if there's anything out there, never made an appearance in the buildings before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason it wasn't in the building already was because it was elsewhere getting everyone else. And then it's waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work. Until it called me and asked for my name. Oh, thank you for the 10 watch treat. That's awesome, Noto. And thank you for the pets. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces into this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off. Was it from someone trying to get a word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me about before it came? It's seen with my own eyes. Don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. It could have been masterfully controlled of all things. Electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have some solid presence. I looked away and I lost my I lost my spot. Oh, there. The door. The image of those doors in the upper hallway as guardian monoliths flashes back into my mind every time I trace the path of thoughts. If there's some kind of phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through those doors. I keep thinking back over those books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such an intense focus of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals or special importance. Or perhaps the door is just too thick? I know that I couldn't bash through any of these doors in the building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. But if it doesn't want to kill me, what if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door I need a minute to think and it'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what I want to do. At least the time I heard the voices, my paranoia, and yes, I recognize I'm being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways that their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come and talk to me? Amy's supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist claimed could be pretty convincing if I decided to think this was all been some crazy misunderstanding, and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist has an older voice, authoritarian, but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said something called cyberpsychosis, and I'm just one of the nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggested email that got through somehow. I swear he got through somehow. I think he means spread through the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I'm part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem, with the same fear, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about eyes that I got. It didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too, and tried to warn everyone he knew against the paranoid fear. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. If I could have spread it too, with my text and instant messages online to everybody I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent them. Something they might interpret any way that they want. Something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one. That people like me are intelligent, that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in the paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constant changing place where more and more of our interactions are simulated. Take a small break. I'm gonna go refill my water because my throat needs more water. I had to give him one thing. The great explanation. It nearly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or consciousness or being out there wants me to open the door so I can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish after hearing that explanation to stay in here until I starve to death just to spite the entity that might have gotten everyone else. It would be foolish to think that after hearing that explanation. I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spitting some unthinkable deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've ever heard. And I have every reason in the world to let all that fear go and open the door. That's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deceptive? All these damn things with their wires and their signals, they originate from some unseen origin. They're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, fake video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television's line broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signal waves, light, the door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contraption could have been using simulate the sound of men attacking the heavy wood so well? At least I finally see with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for me to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. You can't deceive my eyes, can it? Seen with your own eyes. Don't trust them. Was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes, or warning me about my eyes too? Oh God, what's the difference between a camera and my eye? They both turn light into electric signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to be sure. I calmly asked for paper and a pen. Day in, day out. Until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I going to do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like they're part of me now. The pain is gone. I fear that this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will simply forget the motions involved. This is the sort of self-indulgence that this writing, it's a relic of another time, because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead, or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall, day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind nurse. As an unsympathetic doctor, I think it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallway, on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of that matters. None of it's real. None of it gets to me, not like she does. The worst part, the part that I almost can't handle, the thing comes to me, masquerading as Amy. Its recreation, it's perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy, feels exactly like Amy. It even produces an unreasonable facism of tears that it makes me feel like it's a lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she had always loved me, that it didn't understand why I did this, that we could still have a life together if only I could stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it, I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, and too real. The false Amy used to come every day, and now every week. And finally, stopped coming together. But I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. It will insist for the rest of my life, if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I'm a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by the will to resist the deceiver. I hope on the hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in a shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder the human will survive, but he knew the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient once more that he was wrong and that there was nobody trying to deceive him. And that is Psychosis. Possibly one of my favorites. And I, reading through it again today after listened to it like years and years ago, I think it's still pretty good. I hope I was able to do a decent job with the frantic and terrified nature of some of the lines. Hopefully it was good, but on to the next one. 3 left. Candle Cove. It comes most often at night, that niggling memory gnawing in some corner of your mind, like a rodent, chewing on the corners of the drywall, the memory of some brightly lit cartoon funland, or a world of puppets, a memory of a TV show you would watch, seated cross-legged at the living room floor, with the fixed enthusiast's attention only a child can give, attention that you wish now you perhaps hadn't given so freely. For there is something about that show, something about the disoriented music, the details of the characters, their motivations and the storylines, the fixed mechanical grins that seemed, looking back, to be altogether too sinister to be a children's show. You try and block out the memory, and yet, there it is in the back of your mind. Most often at night, the puppet's fixed grin keeps on smiling. Candle Cove is widely known and popular creepypasta about a fictional television series recollected by a number of posters of a children nostalgia forums. As the posters shared their recollections, the things they collected remember become more and more sinister with the characters featured, clearly being unsuitable for children's viewing. Notably, examples are the laughingstock, the boat that is alive and sports a huge mouth. Horace Horrible is a one-eyed character with 2 large teeth, and most famously a skeleton character called the Skin Taker. Me? I didn't know I was making an appearance. Who wears the flesh of children over his naked bones? Hardly Sesame Street, is it? Blow my nose before we get started. I'm not going to read the names of the people. I'm just going to go from subject and go down. Candle Cove Local Kids Show. Does anyone remember this kid show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been like 6 or 7. I never found the reference or it anywhere, so I think it was a local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland, and I was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove, was it about pirates? I remember pirates marionetting at the mouth of a cave, talking to a little girl. Yes, okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station that was. I don't think it was WTSF though. Oh no! No! Okay, we're out. The Candle Cove is too scary, it took up the memory. Okay, where were we? Right here. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean. Skyshan, I think. Candle Cove ran for only a couple months in 71, not 72. It was 12, and I was 12 when I watched it a few times with my brother. It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch it to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily. And there was a Calliope music constantly playing. I don't remember the girl's name. Janica or Jade or something? I think it was Janice. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow on the ship was a wooden smiling face, with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had an awful Ed and Win voice and laughed. I especially remember how jarring that was when they switched from wood/plastic model to a foam puppet version for the head when that talked. Yeah, I remember now too. Do you remember this part, Skella? You have to go inside. Oh, Mike. I got chills reading that. Yes, I remember when the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. The camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askewed and the flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed. Ugh, it just looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare Fuel. That wasn't the villain. The puppet was with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace the Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he had only one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. Can't believe they let us watch this back then. Jesus H. Christ. The Skin Taker. What kind of kids showing were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on strings, just a dirty skeleton wearing brown top hat and a cape, and his glass eye that was too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin? Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close, his jaw just slid back and forth. Remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl, but at the camera and said, "To grind your skin." I'm so relieved that other people remember this terrible show. I have an awful memory. A bad dream I had where the open jingling end, the show faded from black, and all the characters were there. But the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming, and the puppets' marionettes were flailing spastically, and just all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I don't remember what episode, though. No. Not possible. That was not a plot device or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place crying and screaming for the whole show. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Oh God, yes, the little girl Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the skin taker taking her through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it was come off of its hinges. I turned it off, and it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother, and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. I visited my mom today in the nursing home. I asked her about when it was Attila in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kid show called Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember that, and I asked why, and she said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom, and then you would tune the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination when you were with your little pirate show. Unlike most creepypastas from their very natures and evolved out of contribution of numerous posters, who over time sculpted and shaped the narrative into present form, adding, removing, and altering details until a collective vision of story or character is formed, Candle Cove can be traced back to a single author who initially presented the entire story as a finished piece, and later released the story commonly as a part of collections of short stories. The author, Chris Straub, who was the illustrator, originally posted the piece to Inker Falls, a site for horror fiction, on March 15, 2009. He did not approve of the later versions and adaptations of his work, but the fiction has mutated into new forms nevertheless. What isn't interesting about this particular story is how meta it became when you consider the story was inspired by creepypasta genre as a whole, and that its way to becoming a popular creepypasta itself, it successfully imitated the way that other creepypastas are formed. Wait, what? I'll explain. Candle Cove is written in what is known as an explanatory form. That basically means made up from correspondence between different characters where the main plot is revealed or played out by the interaction between them. Back in the day, this usually referred to letters between the characters or extracts from diary entries. Think of horror classics like Dracula. It isn't written as a third-person narrative, and then he walked up a creepy old castle, but pieced together from letters, telegrams, and diary entries, collections, or epistles, therefore epistary. In a modern update, the epistary structure was adapted by Straub to create a story, not as a linear story, but as if they were exchanged between posters on the Net Nostalgia forum. Straub, writing all the contributors, framed the story as if it was several individuals were shared their own memories of the fictional show, becoming more and more disturbed as they shared less and less child-friendly details and reminded each other of the elements that had previously forgotten but were vaguely haunted by. Scholars have noted that the success of Candle Cove can be linked to the verisimilitude. For those that don't know, that word essentially means portraying very well or maintaining the appearance or voice. The fact that Straub is able to successfully convince an unwitting reader that the story is an interaction between different posters, all with their own individual voices in the characters rather than simply the construction of one man in an example of a verisimilitude, is the verisimilitude desire to present the piece as if it were a real interaction that led to the story being spread and adopted as a creepypasta without Straub's approval. As it was picked up and shared, and the verisimilitude of writing had been made it possible for the readers to suspend their disbelief and to look at the piece as if it originally was a collection posted on a forum. This then led them to an evolution of narrative as others began posting their own clearly fictional recollections of these shows, and the characters adapting and extending the existing details. What is interesting is, as the story was spread onto other forums, where it was adapted in unapproved shapes but maintained by the verisimilitude, being presented by numerous forms as if it were a real show. The original story was posted on creepypasta.com in June 2009. Within a month, it was just possible to find YouTube videos discussing the show by the close of the year 4chan and Reddit, as well as forums dedicated to horror and TV, such as tvforum.co.uk. Featured discussions between posters about fictional show and some contributors sharing their supposed memories. Examples of unsatiated evolution can be seen in the fact that there now exists a wiki for Candle Cove, created in 2011. It lists the episodes and describes the content of the episodes for the fictional show. There is even an analysis of the novel The Knickerbocker's Tale, a short story written in 1767, and upon the series was supposedly based, which within the wiki is presented as it's actually existed, and inspiration for the series that also did not exist. The strange meta-evolution of the story came full circle when Candle Cove was selected as one of the stories to be used in Sci-Fi's Channel Zero series, meaning that in the end of the fictional show would be developed as part of an actual show, albeit one not aimed for youngsters. Schaub has cited an article of saturated humor site, The Onion, as being part of the inspiration for Candle Cove. The article was about a man who still experienced nightmares about a show as he watched on public access television as a child. Whilst he is protective of his copyright and ownership of the idea, Schaub has acknowledged that the adaptation of his work by others is a subsequent morphing and altering of the inventable, and has described the process as flattering, clarifying that organic group ownership serves the mythos way more than me, being a litigious dick about it. Well put, sir, well put. And that's Candle Cove. It's a lot, we didn't have to read this part, but the actual story part was pretty fun. The idea of being able to have memories that you share with other people, quote unquote other people, and it just being something that didn't really exist for other people that couldn't perceive what you were watching. Pretty cool. We only have 2 left now, and I can't wait to be done because my voice needs a break. But I believe one of these is 71 minutes, so we got a lot left. No End House. Let me check real quick. 45 minutes. Yeah, this is the one that's 71 minutes. Alright, here we go. The challenge is laid out. The offer is huge. $500 just to stroll through some old house. How hard could it be? Obviously, you could really use the money. So you agree to take the challenge. You stare up the looming old building, and even before you ask out loud, what's the catch? You know deep down that you already know the answer. The catch is that the challenge isn't just to walk through some old house. The challenge is to walk through that house. You swallow hard, knowing, feeling in the pit of your stomach that this house is different. Different in ways you know you probably don't want to know, but which you're about to find out. No End House is a creepypasta story about a young man who accepted a challenge to make his way through a supposed haunted house in the hopes of winning $500. The terms of the challenge that he must make his way through the entire house, progressing gradually through the series of 9 rooms. The twist being that the progression through successive rooms have become more and more extreme and terrifying. This rigid lunar structure, the narrative progresses one at a time through the rooms, might seem limiting, but is actually an excellent plot device for a creepypasta. Why? Here's why. Let me start by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were found in a college and continued to be after I graduated. Notice that I said he dropped out after 2 years of barely cutting. After I moved out of the dorms into a small apartment, I didn't see Peter as much. We would talk online every now and then. AIM was king in pre-Facebook years. There was a period when he wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. I was worried. He was pretty notorious flake and drug addict, so I assume he's just stopped caring. Then one night, I saw him log on before I could initiate a conversation. He had messaged me. David, we need to talk. That was when he told me about No End House. It got the name because no one had ever reached the final exit. The rules were pretty simple and cliche. Reach the final room of the building, and you win $500. There were 9 rooms in all. The house was located outside the city, roughly 4 miles from my house. Apparently, Peter had tried and failed. He was a heroin and who knows what the fuck addict, so I figured the drugs got the best of him, and he wigged out of a paper ghost or something. He told me it was be too much for anyone that was unnatural. I didn't believe him. I told him I would check it out the next night, and no matter how hard he tries to convince me otherwise, $500 sounded too good to be true. I had to go. I had to set out the following night. When I arrived, I immediately noticed something strange. The building had... Have you ever seen or read something about that shouldn't be scary, but for some reason a chill crawls up your spine? I walked towards the building, and the feeling of uneasiness only intensified as I opened the front door. My heart slowed, and I let a relief sigh leave me as I entered. The room looked like a normal hotel lobby, decorated for Halloween. The sign was posted in place of a worker. It read, "Room 1 this way. 8 more follow. Reach the end and you win." I chuckled and made it my way to the first room. The first area was almost laughable. The decor resembled the Halloween aisle of a Kmart, complete with street ghosts and animatronic zombies that gave a static growl when you passed by. At the far end was an exit. It was the only door besides the one I entered, though I brushed through the fake spiderwebs and headed for the second. I was greeted by fog as I opened the door to the room 2. The room definitely upped its ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. Scary. They seemed to have a Halloween soundtrack that one would find in a 99-cent store on Loot. Somewhere in the room, I didn't see a stereo, but I guess that must have been used on a PA system. I stepped over a few toy rats and wheeled around them, walked with a puffed chest across the next area. I reached for the doorknob and my heart sank to my knees. I did not want to open this door. A feeling dread hit me so hard I could barely even think. Logic overtook me. After a few terrifying moments, I shook it off and entered the next room. Room 3 is where the things began to change. On the surface, it looked like a normal room. There was a chair in the middle, and the wooden panel floor and a single lamp in the corner did a poor job of lighting the area, casting a few shadows across the floor and walls. That was the problem. Shadows. Plural. With the exception of the chair, there were others. I barely walked in the door, and I was already terrified. It was at that moment that I knew something wasn't right. I didn't even think as I automatically tried to open the door I came through. It was locked from the other side. That set me off. Was someone locking the doors as I progressed? There was no way. I would have heard them. Wasn't it a mechanical lock that set automatically? Maybe. But I was too scared to really think. I turned back to the room and the shadows were gone. The chair shadow remained, but the others were gone. I slowly began to walk. I used to hallucinate when I was a kid, so I wrote it off as the shadows of the figment of my imagination. I began to feel better as I made it to halfway point of the room. I looked down and took my steps. That's when I saw it. Or didn't see it? My shadow wasn't there. I didn't have time to scream. I ran as fast as I could to the other door and flung myself without thinking into the room beyond. The fourth room was possibly the most disturbing. As I closed the door, all light seemed to be sucked out and put back in the previous room. I stood there surrounded by darkness, not able to move. I'm not afraid of the dark, and I never have been, but I was absolutely terrified. All sight had left me. My hand held in front of my face, and if I didn't know what I was doing, I would never have been able to tell. Darkness doesn't describe it. I couldn't hear anything. It was dead silence. When you're in the soundproof room, you can still hear yourself breathing. You can still hear yourself being alive. I couldn't. I began to stumble forward after a few moments, my rapidly beating heart the only thing I could feel. There was no door in sight. Wasn't even sure there was one on this time. The silence was only broken by a low hum. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were able to hear her. Yeah, she's screaming from playing Terraria. I think she's getting attacked by something. I felt something behind me. I spun around wildly, but barely even see my nose. I knew it was there, though. Regardless of how dark it was, I knew something was there. The hum grew louder, closer. It seemed to surround me, but I knew whatever was causing the noise was in front of me. Inching closer. All good, not too loud. Okay, good. So whatever it was came closer, inching. Yep. I took a step back. I never felt that kind of fear. It can't really describe true fear. I wasn't even scared. I was going to die. I was scared that was the alternate was. I was afraid of what the thing had in store for me. Then the lights flashed for a second and I saw it. Nothing. I saw nothing. I know I saw nothing there. The room was again plunged in darkness, and the hum became a wild screech. I screamed in protest. I couldn't hear the goddamn sound for another minute. I ran backwards away from the noise, and then fumbled for a door handle. I turned it, and I fell into room 5. Before I describe room 5, you have to understand something. I'm not a drug addict. I have no history of drugs, drug abuse, or any sort of psychosis short of childhood hallucinations I mentioned earlier. And there were only when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered the no end house with a clear head. After falling in from the previous room, my view of room 5 was from my back. Looking up at the ceiling, when I saw it didn't scare me, it simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered above my head. The ceiling in this room was taller than the others, which made me think it was in the center of the house. I got up off the floor, dusted myself off, and took a look around. It was definitely the biggest room of them all. I couldn't even see the door from where I was. Various brush and trees must have blocked my line of sight from the exit. Up to this point, I figured the room were going to get scarier, but this was a paradise compared to the last room. I also assumed whatever was in the room stayed back there. I was incredibly wrong. As I made my way deeper into the room, I began to hear what ones would hear if they were in the forest. Chirping bugs, the occasional flap of birds, seemed to be my only company in the room. That was the thing that bothered me the most. I heard the bugs and the other animals, but I didn't see any of them. I began to wonder how big the house was. From the outside, when I first walked in, it looked like a regular house. It was definitely on the bigger side, but this was almost a full forest in here. The canopy covered my view of the ceiling, but I assumed it was still there. However high it was, I couldn't see any of the walls either. The only way I knew I was still inside the house was the floor matching the other rooms, the standard dark wood paneling. I kept walking, hoping that the next tree I passed would reveal the door. After a few moments of walking, I felt a mosquito fly into my arm. I shook it off and kept going. A second later, I felt about 10 more land on my skin, at different places. I felt them crawl up and down my arm and leg. A few made their way across my face. I flailed wildly to get them all off, but they just kept crawling. I looked down and let out a muffled scream, more of a whimper to be honest. I didn't see a single bug. Not one bug was on me, but I could feel them crawl. I heard them fly by my face, and sting my skin, but I couldn't see a single one. I dropped to the ground and began to roll wildly. I was desperate. I hated bugs, especially ones I couldn't see or touch. But these bugs could touch me, and they were everywhere. I began to crawl. I had no idea where I was going. The entrance was nowhere in sight, and I still hadn't even seen the exit. So I just crawled, my skin wriggling with the presence of those phantom bugs. After what seemed like hours, I found the door. I grabbed the nearest tree, propped myself mindlessly, and slapped my arms and legs to no avail. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was exhausted from crawling and dealing with whatever it was that was on me. I took a few shaky steps to the door, grabbing each tree on the way for support. It was only a few feet away when I heard it, the low hum from before. It was coming from the next room, and it was deeper. I could almost feel it inside my body, like it was standing next to an amp concert. Next to an amp at a concert. The feeling of bugs on me lessened as the hum grew louder. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, the bugs were completely gone. But I couldn't bring myself to turn the knob. I knew that if I let go, the bugs would return, and there's no way I would make my way back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door, marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud I couldn't even hear myself pretend to think. There was nothing that I could do but move on. Room 6 was next, and room 6 was hell. I closed the door behind me. My eyes held shut, and my ears ringing. The hum was surrounding me. The door clicked into place, and the hum was gone. I opened my eyes, and in my surprise, the door I had shut was gone. It was just a wall now. I looked around in shock. The room was identical to room 3. The same chair and lamp, but with the correct amount of shadows this time. The only real difference was that there was no exit door. The one I came in through was gone. As I said before, I have no previous issues with terms of mental instability, but at that point I fell into what I know was insanity. I didn't scream, I didn't make a sound. At first I scratched softly. The wall was tough, but I knew the door was there somewhere. I just knew it was. I scratched at where the doorknob was. I clawed at the wall frantically with both my hands, my nails being filed down to the skin against the wood. I fell silently to my knees. The only sound in the room was insistent scratching against the wall. I knew it was there. The door was there. I knew it. I knew it was just there. I knew if I could just get past this wall. Are you alright? I jumped off the ground and spun in one motion. I leaned against the wall a bit behind me as I saw what it was that just spoke to me. To this day, I regret ever turning around. There was a little girl. She was wearing a soft white dress that went down to her ankles. She had a long blonde hair to the middle of her back, and white skin and blue eyes. She was the most frightening thing I had ever seen, and I know that nothing in my life will ever be as unnerving as what I saw in her. While looking at her, I saw something else. Where she stood, I saw what looked like a man's body, only larger than normal and covered in hair. He was naked head from toe, but his head was not human, and his toes were hooves. It wasn't the devil, but at the moment it might as well have been. The form of the head of a ram and the sound of a wolf. We're going to take a little break. All the water that I've been drinking is finally catching up to me, and I gotta go pee real quick, so I'll be right back. Alright. It was horrifying, and it was synonymous words about. No, I don't want your ads. Get out of here. Synopsis? No, that doesn't sound right. Let us see what this word is pronounced.
Synonymous.
Synonymous. Synonymous. It was synonymous with the little girl in front of me. They were the same form. I can't really describe it, but I saw them at the same time. They shared the same spot in the room, but it was like looking at two separate dimensions. When I saw the girl, I saw the form. When I saw the form, I saw the girl. I couldn't speak. I could barely even see. My mind was revolting against what it was attempting to process. I've been scared before in my life, and I had never been more scared than when I was trapped in the fourth room. But that was one before room 6. I just stood there, staring at whatever it was that just spoke to me. There was no exit. I was trapped in here with it, and then it spoke again. David, you should have listened. When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl. The other form spoke through my mind, in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating that sentence over and over in my head, and I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness, yet couldn't take my eyes off what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor. I thought I had passed out, but the room wouldn't let me. I just wanted to end. I was on my side, my eyes wide open, and the form staring down at me. Scurrying across the floor in front of me was one of the battery-powered rats from the second room. The house was toying with me. For some reason, seeing the rat pulled my mind back from whatever depths it was heading, and I looked around the room. I was getting out of here. I was determined to get out of the house and live. Never think about this place again. I knew this room was hell, and I wasn't ready to take up the residency. At first, it was just my eyes that moved. I searched the walls for any kind of opening. The room wasn't that big, so it didn't take long to soak in the entire layout. The demon still taunted me, the voice growing louder as its form stayed rooted where it stood. I placed my hand on the floor, lifted myself on all fours, and turned to scan the wall behind me. Then I saw something I couldn't believe. The form was now right at my back, whispering into my mind how I shouldn't have come. It felt its breath on the back of my neck, but I refused to turn around. A large rectangle was scratched into the wood, with a small dent chipped away in its center. Right in front of my eyes, I saw a large 7 I had mindlessly etched into the wall. I knew what it was. Room 7 was just beyond the wall, where room 5 was moments ago. I don't know how I'd done it. Maybe it was just my state of mind at the time, but I created the door. I knew I had. In my madness, I had scratched into the wall what I needed the most. An exit to the next room. Room 7 was close. I knew the demon was right behind me, but for some reason it couldn't touch me. I closed my eyes and placed both of my hands on the large 7 in front of me. I pushed, and I pushed as hard as I could. The demon was now screaming in my ear. It told me I was never leaving. It told me that I was the end, but I wasn't going to die. I was going to live there in room 6 with it. I wasn't. I pushed and screamed at the top of my lungs. I knew I was going to push through the wall eventually. I clenched my eyes shut and screamed, and the demon was gone. I was left in silence. I turned around slowly, and I was greeted by the room as it was when I entered. Just a chair and a plant. I couldn't believe it. But it didn't have time to, well... but I didn't have time to, well... I turned back to the 7 and jumped back slightly. What I saw was a door. It wasn't the one I had scratched in, but a regular door with a large 7 on it. My whole body was shaking. It took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while, staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. I couldn't. But if this was only room 6, I couldn't imagine what 7 had in store. I must have stood there for an hour just staring at 7. Finally, with a deep breath, I took the knob and opened the door to room 7. I stumbled through the door, mentally exhausted and physically weak. The door behind me closed and I realized where I was. I was outside. Not outside like room 5, but actually outside. My eyes stung, and I wanted to cry. I fell to my knees and tried, but I couldn't. I was finally out of the hell. I didn't even care about the prize that I was promised. I turned and saw the door I just went through was the entrance. I walked to my car, drove home, thinking of a shower sounded. As I pulled up to my house, I felt uneasy. The joy of leaving No End House had faded and dread was slowly building in my stomach. I shook it off as the residue from the house and made my way to the front door. I entered and immediately went up to my room. There on my bed was my cat, Baskerville. He was the first living thing I had seen all night, and I reached out to pet him. He hissed and swiped at my hand. I recoiled in shock, as he never acted like that, I thought. Whatever, he's an old cat. I jumped in the shower and got ready for what was expecting to be a sleepless night. After my shower, I went to the kitchen, made something to eat. I descended the stairs and turned into the family room. What I saw would be forever burned into my mind. However, my parents were lying on the ground, naked, covered in blood. They were mutilated to a near unidentified state. Their limbs were removed and placed next to their bodies, and their heads were placed on their chests facing me. The most unsettling part was their expressions. They were smiling, as though they were happy to see me. I vomited and sobbed there in the family room. I didn't know what had happened. They didn't even live with me at the time. It was a mess. I was a mess. Then I saw it. A door that was never there before. A door with a large 8 scrawled in blood. I was still in the house. I was standing in my family room, but I was in room 7. The faces of my parents smiled wider as I realized this. They weren't my parents. They couldn't be. But they looked exactly like them. The door marked 8 was across the room, behind mutilated bodies in front of me. I knew I had to move on, but at that moment I gave up. The smiling faces tore into my mind. They grounded me to where I stood. I vomited again and nearly collapsed. Then the hum returned. It was louder than ever, and it filled the house and shook the walls. The hum compelled me to walk. I began to walk slowly, making my way closer to the door and the bodies. I could barely stand, let alone walk. The closer I got to my parents, the closer I came to suicide. The walls were now shaking so hard it seemed as though we were going to crumble. But still, the faces smiled at me. As I inched closer to their eyes followed me. I was now between the two bodies. A few feet away from the door, and dismembered hands clawed their way across the carpet towards me. All while the faces continued to stare. New terror washed over me as I walked faster. I didn't want to hear them speak. I didn't want the voices to match those of my parents. They began to open their mouths, and their hands were inches from my feet. In a dash of desperation, I lunged towards the door, threw it open, and slammed it behind me. Room 8. I was done. After what I had just experienced, I knew there wasn't anything else in this fucking house that could throw at me that I couldn't live through. There was nothing short of fires of hell that I wasn't ready for. Unfortunately, I underestimated the abilities of No End House. Unfortunately, things got more disturbing, more terrifying, and more unspeakable in Room 8. I still have trouble believing what I saw in Room 8. Again, the room was carbon copy of rooms 3 and 6. But sitting in the usual empty chair was a man. After a few seconds of disbelief, my mind finally accepted the fact the man sitting in the chair was me. Not someone who looked like me. It was David Williams. I walked closer. I had to get a better look, even though I was sure of it. He looked up at me and I noticed tears in his eyes. Please. Please don't do it. Please don't hurt me. What? I asked. Who are you? I'm not going to hurt you. Yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're going to hurt me, and I don't want you to. He sat in the chair with his legs up and began rocking back and forth. It was actually pretty pathetic looking, especially since he was me, identical in every way. Listen, who are you? I know I am now was I was now only a few feet from my doppelganger. It was the weirdest experience yet. Standing there to myself. I wasn't scared, but I would be soon. Why are you? You're going to hurt me. You're going to hurt me, and you want to leave. You're going to hurt me. Why are you saying this? Calm down, alright? Let's try and figure this. And then I saw it. The David sitting down was wearing the same clothes as me, except for a small red patch on his shirt, embroidered with the number 9. You're going to hurt me. You're going to hurt me. Don't. Please, you're going to hurt me. My eyes didn't leave the small number on his chest. I knew exactly what it was. The first few doors were plain and simple, but after a while, they got a little more ambiguous. 7 was scratched into a wall, by my own hands. 8 was marked by blood above the bodies of my parents, but 9. This number was a person. A living person. Worse still, it was on the person that looked exactly like me. David, I asked. Yes. You're going to hurt me. You're going to hurt me. You're going to hurt me. He continued to sob and rock. He answered to David. He was me. Right down to the voice. But that was 9. I paced around for a few minutes while he sobbed in the chair. The room had no door, and similarly to room 6, the door I came through was gone. For some reason, I assumed that scratching would get me nowhere this time. I studied the walls and the floors around the chair, sticking my head underneath and seeing if there was anything below. Unfortunately, there was. Below the chair was a knife. Attached was a tag that read, "To David, from management." The feeling in my stomach as I read that tag was something sinister. I wanted to throw up, and the last thing I wanted to do was remove the knife from under the chair. The other David was still sobbing uncontrollably. My mind was spinning into an attic of unanswered questions. Who put this here, and how did they get my name? Not to mention the fact, as I felt on the cold wood floor, I also sat in that chair sobbing, in protest of being hurt by myself. It was all too much to process. The house management had been playing with me this whole time. My thoughts for some reason turned to Peter, and whether or not he got this far. If he did, he meant Peter Terry, sobbing in this very chair, rocking back and forth. I shook these thoughts out of my head. They didn't matter. I took the knife from under the chair, and immediately the other David went quiet. "David," he said in my voice, What do you think you're going to do?" I lifted myself from the ground and clutched the knife in my hand. "I'm going to get out of here." David was still sitting in the chair, though he was very calm now. He looked up with a slight grin. I couldn't tell if he was going to laugh or strangle me. Slowly he got from the chair and stood facing me. It was uncanny. His height, even the way he stood, matched mine. It felt the rubber hilt of the knife in my hand and gripped it tighter. I don't know what I was planning on doing with it, but I had the feeling I was going to need it. "Now." His voice was slightly deeper, than my own. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to keep you here. I didn't respond. I just lunged and tackled him to the ground. I had mounted him and looked down, knife posed, ready. He looked up at me, terrified. It was like I was looking in a mirror. Then the hum returned, low and distant, though I still felt it deep in my body. David looked up at me, and I looked down at myself. The hum was getting louder. I felt something inside me snap. With one motion, I slammed the knife into the patch of his chest and ripped down. Blackness fell in the room, and I was falling. The darkness around me was not like nothing I had experienced up to this point. Room 4 was dark, but it didn't come closer to what it was completely engulfing me. I wasn't even sure I was falling after a while. I felt weightless, covered in the dark. Then, a deep sadness came over me. I felt lost, depressed, and suicidal. The sight of my parents entered my mind, and I knew it wasn't real. But I had seen it in the mind as troubling differentiating between what it is real and what isn't. The sadness only deepened, and I was in the room 9 for what seemed like days. The final room. That's exactly what it was. The end. No End House had an end, and I had achieved it. At that moment, I gave up. I knew I would be in that in-between state forever, accompanied by nothing but darkness. Not even the hum was there to keep me sane. Take a little sip. I had lost all senses. I couldn't feel myself. I couldn't hear anything. Sight was completely useless here. I searched for a taste in my mouth and found nothing. I felt disembodied and completely lost. I knew where I was. This was hell. Room 9 was hell. Then it happened. A light. One of those stereotypical lights at the end of a tunnel. I felt the ground come up from below me, and I was standing. After a moment or two of gathering my thoughts and senses, I slowly walked towards that light. As I approached the light, it took form. It was a vertical slit down the side of an unmarked door. I slowly walked through the door and found myself back where I started, the lobby of No End House. It was exactly how I left it. Still empty, still decorated with childish Halloween decorations. After everything that had happened that night, I was still wary of where I was. After a few moments of normalcy, I looked around the place trying to find anything different on the desk. Anything different. On the desk there was a plain white envelope with my name handwritten on it. Immensely curious, yet still cautious, I mustered up the courage to open up the envelope. Inside the letter, again, handwritten, David Williams, congratulations, you have made it to the end of No End House. Please accept this prize as a token of your great achievement. Yours forever, Management. With the letter were 5 $100 bills. I couldn't stop laughing. I laughed for what seemed like hours. I laughed as I walked out of my car and laughed as I drove home. I laughed as I pulled into my driveway. I laughed as I opened my front door to my house. And I laughed as I saw the small tent etched into the wood. It had been 3 weeks since I heard any word from David. In the 6 months since we started dating, we had only gone 3 days without talking, and that was after a pretty intense fight. There was nothing out of the ordinary when I talked to him last. He had just mentioned that he was going to check out something a friend told him about. But then I got really weird text the night before. It was from David, but it wasn't from his number. It only had 5 words on it. No end, don't come, David. Something was wrong. After I read the text, I felt nauseous, like I was saying something I shouldn't. I decided to get a hold of Peter, but I hadn't talked to this ass before. He was a deadbeat. But at least he might have some information on where David might be. I decided to log into AIM with David's account. I figured it would be easier to start something with Peter if he didn't know it was me. When I logged on, he immediately messaged me. Peter? Holy shit, you had me worried. I thought you went to the house. What do you mean? No End House, man. The place I told you about, I could have sworn you were going to go. No End. This guy knew what was going on. Yeah, actually, I couldn't find it. Maybe I'll try again tomorrow. Where was it again? No way, you already had me worried as fuck. That place worried about the fuck is that place. I've been there, you do not want to go there. Peter, this is Maggie. Wait, what? Where's David? I don't know. I thought you would know, but apparently not. Oh shit. Oh shit. 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 What? Seriously, Peter, you need to tell me what's going on. I think he went to the house. It's outside of town, maybe 4 miles from Terrence Street, unmarked road, turn right. Shit, man, he's gone. No, I don't think he is. What are you planning on doing? I'm gonna go get him back. I left the next night on around 8. There wasn't a single car in the entire trip. And as I turned onto the unmarked street, I saw a sign pointing down the road. No End this way. Open 24 hours. My breathing hadn't been steady since I left my house, and seeing the house didn't help. There weren't any other cars around, which made me think it wasn't open. Light from the front stove illuminated the surrounding area, and the windows showed that lights were on inside. I parked my car, walked up to the front, and made my way in. The front lobby was normal enough, but as I predicted, there wasn't anyone there. All the lights were on, but no one was there. Besides the door I came through, there was another posted next to it with another sign. Room 1, this way. 8 more follow. Reach the end, and you win a prize. Oh, reach the end and you win. That wasn't what made my stomach sink. Wasn't what stopped my heart. There was more below, scrawled in handwriting. You won't save him. I must have stood in the lobby for an hour. I was frozen. I didn't know how to go on. Did I go through the door? Did I call the police? After reading the sign, I decided I may have bitten off more than I could chew. I'm average height for a girl, but pretty thin. I wasn't about to fight off some psycho that was holding David hostage. I decided calling the cops was the best thing to do. So I reached in my pocket, opened my cell phone to call. No service. The house must be blocking the signal. It was basically in the middle of nowhere. I walked towards the entrance, figuring I'd find service outside. I reached for the doorknob and twisted, and nothing. It was like from the outside. I slammed my hand against the door and called out to anyone, but that could hear, but I knew it. It was useless. No one was here except for me. Then I felt a vibrate in my pocket. I reached down and looked at my phone. One unread text. At first I was really glad that I had service. I was saved. Maybe the text was from David, and he was alright. It was from a different number. One I didn't have in my phone. I pressed open and nearly dropped my phone. You can't be saved. You can't save yourself either. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. My entire body was shaking. I wanted to pass out. I was stuck there. A cell phone with no service, in a room with no exit. My eyes scanned the room, and landed on the door across. A gold one was mounted on the front of it. It looked like a room door in the hotel. The ground felt far away as I walked closer to the door. In a few moments I was within inches of it, and I placed my head against the wood and listened. All I heard in the distance was Halloween music. Just creepy instrumental music you'd hear at any haunted house. Suddenly I got a little calmer. David was always known for his pranks. He would tell me about these elaborate setups he and his friends would make for new players on their soccer team. Somehow a smile found its way onto my face, and I opened the door without fear. Entering the first room alleviated my fears even more. The room was completely normal, a Tempton haunted house, though rather lacking. In each corner was a scarecrow, but not even scary ones. They were the kind you would use to see in grade school, with big smiling faces. Paper ghosts hung from the ceiling, and a fan in the corner added a cold breeze that made them spin. Next to one of the scarecrows was, again, the only other door in the room. Printed in the front, similar to the first door, was a large number 2. I laughed and left this lame room behind me. When I opened the door to room 2, I couldn't see 3 feet in front of me. It was completely filled with a gray mist that smelled like rubber. I guess there was some kind of fog machine in here, and it must have been pumping this stuff for hours. There were no windows in the last room, so the ventilation must be terrible. I walked slowly forward and let out a small shriek. I bumped straight into a large robotic Jason Voorhees. His eyes flashed red and the knife in his hand went up and down in a jerky stabbing motion. My heart was racing, and if anyone was with me, I would have felt incredibly embarrassed. I covered my mouth and made my way past Robo Jason. The fog was getting to be a little much. I was beginning to feel lightheaded as I found the door to room 3. I placed my hand to the knob and jerked it back in pain. The knob was extremely hot. I placed my hand on the door itself and felt that it too was warm. I couldn't hear anything from the other side. I put my ear up to the warm wood, expecting to hear fire, heard nothing. I assumed that it was just warm, like they were pumping heat into it, like the final room in Mr. Toad's Wild Ride at Disneyland. I took the corner of my dress, wrapped it around my hand, turning the doorknob as fast as I could, and plugged myself into room 3. There was no fire, just darkness, and it was freezing cold. Room 3 wasn't like the other rooms. It wasn't like the other rooms at all. At that moment, I knew that something wasn't right. I tried to make out anything in the room, but I couldn't even see my hands grasping for the doorknob. That's now wasn't there? I was trapped. I must have turned around in the darkness, even though I didn't move once. I entered. I must have gotten turned around in all the darkness. At the moment, a light on the ceiling flashed on, a single spot pointing directly down, illuminating a small table, and on the small table was a flashlight. Even though I couldn't really see where I was going, I moved forward. The light on the ceiling was enough to make my way to the table. As I reached the flashlight, I noticed a small tag attached to the handle. To Maggie, from management. The moment I finished reading, the light above me turned off, and I was again left in the dark. I fumbled with the flashlight for a second before I was able to turn it on. From what seemed like every direction, a low and rumbling hum surrounded me. My heart was pounding, and I started to spin in place, darting with the beam of the flashlight all around me. There was nothing in the room, but after a while I noticed something terrifying. It could have been my imagination, but I could have seen a figure dart away at the last second. Whenever the beam of light hit, it began to panic. I began to panic. I started backing away from the small table, unsure which direction I was going. The hum was getting louder, and then I started to feel the presence of whatever it was that was dodging the light. My hands shook wildly as I frantically shined the light in whatever direction I could think of. It was always there, just barely escaping back into the darkness, every time. But it was getting closer. My eyes started to well up with tears. I thought I was going to drop the flashlight. I was shaking so badly until I saw it. The light set directly on the small number 4. It was written on a piece of paper and taped to a wooden door in the corner. I ran. I ran as fast as I could, with the flashlight pointed directly in front of me. I could feel it behind me. The hum was getting louder. I thought I felt its breath on my neck. As I was sprinting at this point, only a few more feet to go. In one motion, I grabbed the handle, twisted, and slammed it behind me. I was now in the 4th room. I was outside. I wasn't in the house anymore. What awaited me was, after opening the door to room 4, was what looked like a cave. I looked down to the ground, and I noticed something strange and disturbing. The ground wasn't made of grass or rock or dirt. It was wood paneling. It was the same floor as the previous rooms. This was room 4. Somehow I was still in the house. There were a few torches mounted on the side of the rocks surrounding me. The cave beyond was pitch black. The torches looked like they could have taken me down, so I walked over to the closest one and unsheathed it. Oh, that could have taken down. My body was covered in sweat, and I slowly made my way into the cave. The hum was gone, hopefully for good. No other noise met me inside the cave, but there was a slight breeze. The cave seemed to go on forever, and I was walking for what felt like hours, until I saw a faint blue light, and I walked towards it, cautiously. But at a decent pace, the light was an opening, the end of the tunnel. I started walking a little faster. I always hated cramped spaces like caves and tunnels. In a few moments, the exit was within feet, and before I knew it, I was at the end. And that's exactly where I was, the end. The exit of the cave, the ground dropped off to a cliff. There was no other way to go. I looked back into the dark cave behind me. I knew there weren't any turns. It was a straight tunnel. I turned back and looked down over the edge. What I saw made my stomach turn worse than it ever did. What I saw was an ocean. Water all around, with nothing else in sight. The drop must have been 100 feet, with a small rock formation at the bottom. After a few seconds of studying the rocks, my stomach turned more than I had thought of possibly, and my body broke into a fresh sweat. The rocks formed a number. The rocks formed a 5. I stood up and backed away from the edge. I hated heights. I was stopped by a wall that shouldn't have been there. I turned around and was met with a terrifying sight. The cave was gone. I was face to face with a solid stone wall. The side of whatever mountain this was. I had to keep telling myself I was still on No-Ed House. I didn't leave. Clearly this isn't an actual mountain. But it felt so real. I turned back to look over the cliff again. There was no way down. The house had been pretty messed up before. I was outside for God's sake, but what they expected me to do now was just too much. I knew what those rocks down there meant. That was the entrance to room 5. There was no stairs leading down, no other paths to use. I was trapped, again. The house wanted me to jump. The house wanted me to jump. I sank to the ground and curled into a ball. I couldn't do it. There's no way I could jump. Off a cliff into a jagged rock formation, 100 feet below? My mind was split in two. I knew that it was still inside, but my surroundings screamed in my ear the opposite. I stayed there on the wooden ground for a while. At that point, I had lost all concept of time. After what seemed like weeks, finally stood up. Slowly, I made my way to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the giant 5. It taunted me to jump. It knew I couldn't do it. It taunted me. And then the hum returned. The low, distant hum. It seemed to come from behind me, resonating with the mountain. I don't know what came over me, but after hearing the sound, something inside me lit up. I clenched my eyes shut, and I jumped. The wind was rushing up as I fell. A deep fear washed over me. I was going to die. I was going to smash into those rocks and die. They were going to tear me apart, and I was going to die. I didn't dare open my eyes. I just fell. Even with the loud wind around me, the hum was now deafening. I just wanted to be over. 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 And then I stopped. I wasn't falling anymore. I never hit the rocks. I opened my eyes and looked around. I was standing on the familiar wood panels of the house again. The hum was gone. The silence took its place. I had made it. I was in room 5. I don't know what happened, but I was in room 5. The feeling of dread was gone. I was just incredibly happy to be alive. After a few moments, I collected myself, and I decided to look around the rest of the room. My happiness left me fast. This room was empty. The walls matched the floors, and the ceiling matched the walls. And the walls had no doors or windows. I was in a sealed box. Then I realized I didn't make it. I wasn't safe. I had made it out of the 4th room, but only to enter room 5, and there was no leaving it. At that moment, I wondered if David had been in this room. I wondered if he had jumped off that 100-foot cliff and ended up stuck in this room. And if he did, that means he got out. He wasn't here alone. He wasn't here. I was alone. He got out. And I would too. The thought of David escaping this room gave me a newfound confidence, and a second wind filled my spirit. I was going to get out of this room, find David, and get us the hell out of here. I walked the perimeter of the wall and felt for any sort of inconsistencies. Nothing. The walls were flawless. Barely a scratch on them, left alone some secret exit. I started to knock at random places of the walls. They were completely solid. The confidence started to leave me. I was starting to run out of ideas. And that's when she spoke. Maggie. You shouldn't have come here, Maggie. I nearly jumped out of my skin, if that was possible. I was still facing the wall, and the voice came from the middle of the room. The voice was that of a little girl. At least, that's what it sounded like. I turned around slowly, and my eyes fell on who spoke. I was right. A little blonde girl, no more than 7 years old. Light blue eyes and a long white dress. She smiled and spoke again. But now that you're here, let us play a game. There was something horrifying about that little girl. She wasn't scary, like horror girls are in those Japanese movies. She looked completely normal. If I saw her walking down the street, I would have just walked right by. But looking into her eyes, I felt complete terror. Jumping off the cliff was scary, but I wouldn't jump off 20 cliffs twice as high if it meant I could take one. But I wouldn't jump off 20 cliffs twice as high if it meant I could take back 1 minute of looking into her soulless eyes. Not sure if that was a typo or not. Kind of seems like she would jump 20 cliffs so she didn't have to look at the girl's eyes, but who am I to say? After a moment of staring, I finally spoke. What game? Who are you? I mumbled. If you lose, you die. If I win, he dies. My heart sank somewhere below my feet. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but I knew she was telling the truth. Which will it be? She smiled. Neither. I don't know where I found the courage to talk back to the demon child, but I had come too far to just let David die. And if I die, this was all for nothing. No, I choose neither. But then I saw it. The reason the little girl terrified me. She was more than a small child. Looking at her, I also appeared to be a large man, covered in hair with the head of a ram. It was a horrible sight. I couldn't see one without seeing the other. The little girl stood in front of me, but I knew her true form. It was a worst sight I've ever seen. Too bad that with that she was gone. I was alone again. In an empty room, and it's silent. Only this time, something was added. A small table where she stood appeared from nowhere, as though it was there the whole time. There was something on it, but I couldn't tell from where I was. I couldn't tell from where I was. I walked up to the table and looked at the small object. It was a small razor, like one you would find on the X-Acto knife. I reached up to pick it up, and as I did, a scream left my mouth. When my hand came into view, I saw something that I had never been there before. It looked as though something was branded into my skin. A single number 6. I looked back to the razor and noticed a tag attached to it. To Maggie, from management. Thought you may need this. After reading the note, I started sobbing uncontrollably. Tears were rushing down my face, harder than they had ever have in my life. I've never cried like that, and I don't think I will ever again. I fell to the ground and sunk my head into the hardwood floor. I was sobbing for hours, just laying there on the ground. And then the crying stopped, and the depression set in. I don't even know why I was crying. It wasn't about David. It wasn't even about how I was stuck there. There were still no doors in this room. I was still trapped. But that's not why I was sad. In the deepest depression possible, complete and emotionless depression, I felt empty, and clawed my way up from the ground and steadied myself against the table. My eyes fell on the razor, and I picked it up. I was going to kill myself. I couldn't handle it anymore. I had it. David was probably dead. I was trapped in here. It was over. I pressed the razor against my wrist, right above the 6 that had appeared on my skin. The sobbing came back. I just stood there crying with the razor pressed against my wrist. David was dead. I was about to die. Nothing mattered anymore. And with one deep cut, I sliced down my wrist. Immediately after slicing down my wrist, I was no longer in room 5. I didn't die. I knew that for sure. The depression was gone, but I was by no means happy. Tears were still filling their way down my face. The room I was in was similar to the one previous, and again, it had no doors. There weren't any lamps, but somehow I was still able to see everything clearly. The room was completely empty, but before I had time to think what to do next, it went dark. And the hum returned from before returned. I covered my ears in protest. It was louder than it ever was. But it was over in a moment. And the light returned. Only this time, something was added to the room, and I screamed. There in the middle of the room, strung up on chains and naked from the waist up, was David. It looked like he was tortured. Knife wounds littered his chest and arms. David, I ran up to him as fast as I could. He was conscious. I saw his chest move up and down, but he wasn't speaking. And then, that's when I noticed what was etched to his chest. I dropped to my knees as I saw the 7 stare at me through, though it had eyes. I heard David try and speak, and I got to my feet to get as close as I could to him. David, can you hear me? Maggie, what are you doing here? His voice was slight, but he was talking, and I was thankful for that. David, I'm trying to save you. How did you get down? There were large padlocks on the chains holding him in place. I was looking around the room for any sort of key, but all I found was a small knife in one of the corners. The metal was way too thick for the knife to even dent it, so I disregarded it as useless. I went back to David. It looked like he was on the verge of death, and I felt my pocket vibrate. It startled me somehow, something awful. I took my phone out of my pocket, as I suspected. One unread text. I flipped the phone. That is me. I didn't know what to think. David was right there in front of me, but the text was from the first number that contacted me. It says the first text I received from David that mentioned the No End House. Maggie, I heard his voice clearly with my ears unmoved. It seemed like his voice was coming from all sides. Maggie, you have to go. What are you talking about? How? I was face to face with David, or whoever it was that chained up here. That knife. He made a slight movement of his head towards the corner. Go get it. I ran and immediately back with the knife clenched in my hand, within a few seconds. I had no idea what was going on, but I needed to save him, and I would do anything. Now stabbed me in my chest. What? I was shocked. David hung there, staring directly into my eyes. You have to run that knife through the 7 on my chest. It's the only way to save us both. No, I stumbled backwards. No, you're not making any sense. Maggie! He was screaming now. His eyes looked frantic. The side of his mouth curled into a twisted grin. Maggie, stab me, it's the only way. I looked down at the knife in my hand. My head felt as though it had been struck with a bat. I was on complete loss. Clenched my eyes shut tight and felt the knife in my hand. Maggie! And with a scream and a thrust, I stabbed the knife into David's chest. I don't know what came over me. I just knew it was the only way. It was the only way. I opened my eyes and I saw his face. He was terrified. Tears slid down his cheeks and David looked at me in the eyes. Why did you do that? He couldn't fool me. I knew this wasn't David. It couldn't have been, or else I would have been able to stab him. I knew it wasn't. His eyes rolled back as the life left him, but that's when it changed. 7 on his body was gone, the blood dripping down onto the ground into a pool below me. The crimson liquid stretched out in every direction. The circle nearly filled the room. I began to sink. I tried to move, but I couldn't. It was like quicksand. The blow was up to my knees now. As much as I tried to struggle, I just sank deeper up. Up to my chest now. I clawed and scratched around the wood. The lifeless body of David hung above me as his head facing me, smiling. The blood reached my neck. I was terrified. Before long, I was fully submerged and fell into darkness. When I woke up, I was outside the house. I could feel the cold earth below me. I rolled onto my back and looked up at the night sky. The no-end house towered above me, complete with my car parked in the same spot. I wasn't sure whether I should laugh or cry. I was out. I got up and dusted off my pants. My body was still shaking as I walked to my car, but a feeling of uneasiness washed over me. There was no way I escaped. The house wouldn't just let me go. Something wasn't right. I knew it. I knew it didn't kill David in the 6th room. I knew I didn't. But he was nowhere to be found. I reached down into my pocket and took out my phone. No unread message, but it had service. I flipped it open and began to text David. Where are you? I wrote. With the second of sending, I got a reply. I pressed open excitedly. Room 10, your room. 7 run. And the deafening hum returned. I bolted. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I wasn't outside. I was still in the house. The hum rattled everywhere around me. It shook the trees and the air itself. I just needed to find an 8. I needed to find the next room. That was my only chance. I needed to find room 8. The first few rooms were obvious, but as I progressed, it was getting less and less clear where the room started and ended. I had no idea what I was looking for, anything that had a number on it. I needed to find an 8. I needed to find an 8. I needed to find your unread message, your address. What the hell did he mean? My address. I slid my phone back in my pocket. The hum was growing louder and louder. That's when it hit me. My address. My address. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. 4896 Forest Lynn, unit number 8. I slammed onto my car and flung the door open. The hum shook the metal of the car and seemed to follow me inside. I floored it and made my way back, down the dirt road and towards my apartment. None of this was making sense. How was the room number 8 my apartment? Should I just have trusted the text? It was from David. I know it was. There's no reason not to trust it. It took me no time at all to drive to my complex. And honestly, I didn't even remember driving. It was like when you zone out for a minute and wake up to the farther and wake up farther down the road. I didn't even bother locking it up as I ran into the front gate. My hands fumbled with the keys as I unlocked the bolt and made my way to the first hallway on the left. My complex was huge, but my apartment was one of the first ones, and left on the left. I ran as fast as I could, past 4, past 5. My head was spinning this night, was weighing down on me like lead vest, past 6. The further I made it down the hallway, the further away the hum seemed to be. As I pressed Unit 7, I could barely hear it anymore, and when I stopped in front of my unit, I was in complete silence. I just stood there, standing in front of my apartment. The small gold 8 was at eye level with me. I reached for the doorknob and slowly slid the key in. I twisted the door open, and I was sucked in like a vacuum, the door slamming behind me. Roommate. I got up from the floor and looked around. It was identical to my apartment. If I didn't know any better, I would have assumed that I was home, and that this was all just a bad dream. My mind went to David, and wondering what roommate was to him. What it was that the house showed him. I walked around and studied the area. Literally everything was how I left it, right down to the half-eaten Chinese left out next to the sink. I looked over at my computer desk in the family room. The monitor was still on, and the aim was still up and running. I walked over and sat in the front of it, scrolling through my conversation with Peter. It was there, word for word. The house knew all of this, and how I had no idea. To be honest, I tried my hardest not to think about it. The answer, no doubt, something I was better off not knowing. I tried to click out the AM, but it wouldn't let me. The computer just froze. I clicked shutdown. Nothing. Clicked Control Alt Delete. Nothing. I pressed the power button. Nothing. And then it popped up on the screen. It was a video call. Video chat. It looked like a list of people, and there were 2 names. Maggie and management. Video feed was live. All it showed was a gray wall. Then a message from management popped into the text box. Hope everything is how you left it. Space. Who are you? I respond. Enjoy the show? Smiley face. The camera turned the camera focusing on a young man strapped to a surgical table. He was completely naked and sobbing quietly to himself. The image wasn't clear, but I thought I had recognized the man lying there. He was tall, with short brown hair and a fairly pale complexion. This is what happens when people attempt to cheat. That's when I realized who it was. Strapped to the surgical table was Peter Terry, and he wasn't alone. I blow nose, 1 second. I don't want to describe what I watched at that moment. The screams, the sounds that Peter made were unlike anything I'd ever heard out of a human. I couldn't look away. I wanted to, but I think it was the power of the room. I couldn't look away. Peter let one final soul-curdling scream, but it didn't hear it through the camera speaker. It was coming from my room. My heart sunk as I spun around towards the hallway. I got up out of my chair, and I could still hear the screams as emanating as I walked towards the source. I reached my bedroom door, and the screams were now replaced by the hum. The hum. That hum. It had haunted me the entire time. I slowly opened the door, and I saw inside the room. What I had seen on my computer, there was the surgical table. and whatever was left of Peter Terry, strewed across the top. No one else was there. The others in the room were gone, but a chill went down my spine. The management was here with me, only one room away. I walked closer to the table. The stench was horrific, and it took everything in me to stop from vomiting. I knew I was nearing the end. I had to be. I looked around the room. Somewhere in here was an entrance to the next room. I knew it had to be. It was, but it was simpler than I had expected. Across the room, where my bathroom door should have been, was simply a wooden door, similar to the early ones in the house. Something was stapled there on the door, something long and bloody. It was the entrails of Peter Terry, and they formed a number 9 on the door. I felt bad for Peter, but I had gone through hell that night. I walked right past the table, picked up this long surgical knife, and didn't give the body a second glance. The final door was there, and I walked right up to it. The night was about to end, and I was coming out of the room with David. I was going to stop whoever it was that was keeping him here. The door opened easily, and as I stepped through, I saw what was waiting for me. It was an empty room, resembling the waiting room for a doctor's office. There were a few chairs lining the wall, and a crumpled up magazine in a basket in the corner. Across the room, on the opposite side, where I came in, there stood a single door. My heart sank when I read the label printed on the door. It wasn't a number, it was a single word. Management. I clenched the surgical knife in my hand. Alright, I'm fucking ending this. They were on the other side of that door. I could feel it, and David was there too. The hum was louder than it had ever been. I could feel it inside me. It was coming from inside me. As I walked, it got louder, and as I placed a hand on the door, the room was filled with the sound. I turned the knob and opened the door. The room was waiting for me. The room waiting for me was not what I had expected. It was the front lobby. The same front lobby that began the entire hell. Only this time there was someone behind the desk. My heart jumped out of my chest when I saw who it was. It was Peter Terry. Hello, Maggie. Peter, no, there's no way. How? What? Who are you expecting? A ghost? Satan? Some creepy little blonde girl? He was smiling. I wasn't. What the hell's going on? Come on, Maggie. Just think for 2 seconds who told David about this place. You didn't. Who told you about David's whereabouts? God damn it, Peter, you're his friend. I'm sorry, Maggie, but that's how we run business here. Where is he? Where is he? He's in here with us in the house, Maggie. He isn't going anywhere, and neither are you. I don't know what took over me, but I lost it. I jumped over the counter and shoved Peter to the ground. I grabbed him by his hair and slammed his head into the ground. The surgical knife on the other hand pressed firmly against his neck. I wanted to kill him. I had to kill him. He killed David. He wasn't killing me. Maggie, you can't. There's always going to be someone to run the house. No. I slid the knife across his neck throat and slammed his head further into the ground. I don't think there will be. With his death, the room went dark. I could still feel the surgical knife, but I was no longer holding on to Peter's hair. I don't know for how long I was in the darkness, but it felt like ages. I stood and felt for the desk, balancing myself with one hand on the side of the marble surface. Then the lights came on. I could see the window across the room. It was still night out. I looked out and saw him. David was walking around outside, seemingly unharmed. I ran for the door and tried to open it. I was so happy, but the door wouldn't bulge. I tried my hardest, but the door wouldn't let me out. I looked out the window and saw David as he began to walk down the dirt road. I rested my head against the door and saw it. My stomach lurched hard. There, pinned to my chest, was the name tag, with one word: management. David stumbled to his car in a daze. The last couple of hours were a complete blur. Haunting images were sporadically across his mind, slowly reminding him of the hell he was now leaving behind. He felt in his pocket for his phone and dialed 911. There was no way he could explain any of this, but maybe they could just come here and confirm that it's a house. Uh-oh. Code overloading. Uh-oh. Are we back? Uh-oh. We still good? We still here, chat? Maybe your mom's. Oh, it looks like we're good. The encoder just like freaked the fuck out. When did it start freaking out, or were you still able to hear me read at least? I could hear you. It kind of froze for a few seconds, but that was it. Okay. The encoder really doesn't like us approaching the end of Dead End House. There is no end. There is no end, chat. There is no end. I think, where was I? I'll just start from here. He felt his pocket for his phone and dialed 911. There was no way he could explain any of this, but for some reason his first reaction was to call. Maybe just they could come and confirm that it's a normal house, nothing more. They could put his mind at ease, and he could go home, live a normal life with. Then he remembered. The dirt under his feet slipped around him as David tore back to the house. Maggie was in there. As he ran, he flipped through his phone, looking at the old texts he knew he'd sent, but there were nothing. There were texts to Maggie and from Maggie, but all of them were blank. David swore under his breath as he reached the door. He tried the knob, but it was no use. With both fists he pounded the door, screaming Maggie's name. Nothing. His fists were red and burning, and David slumped to his knees, palms dragging down the door as he went. After a few moments, David felt his eyes sting. He had left her in there. The woman he loved went in there to save him and took his place. He had to find a way in. There had to be another way in. David rose to his feet with renewed energy. Before he could move, he felt his phone vibrate. It was a text, and it was looking at the name gave him relief. It was Peter. Terry. Maybe he could help. Hey, Dave. You alright? Haven't heard from you. In a while. Peter. Jesus, where are you? I'm in the house. I went in to find you, man. I told you not to go. It's past now. Whatever but Peter. It's past now. Whatever but Peter, I need to get back in. Do you know how? Go around back. There's an oak next to the house with a trapdoor at its base. Go through there and it's a service entrance. What? Why the fuck would this place have a service entrance? Just get to the tree, man. I'm trying to help you. David didn't have time to ask anything more. He took off running down the porch to the other end of the house, leaping over the side rail and landing in the awkward pile below. He could see the tree wasn't wasn't far. Or maybe it was. The tree was so big that the depth perception was hard to figure. And was that even there before? Yeah, he had the other shit on his mind earlier. And who really takes notice of trees? but this one it's massive. He ran up to the side, and there was a small wooden door on the ground below it, like one of those old cellar doors houses used to have leading to the basements. David looked around him and behind his back. He wasn't even sure why he did. He just had one of those feelings. Shaking off, David yanked on the handle. The rusted hinges groaned in protest, but after a few hard pulls, it gave way. It revealed the darkness below. With a heavy sigh, David slowly made his way down. Jesus, it was dark. But soon, David was hit with the smell that put the darkness to shame. It was like burnt hair covered in shit and mold. He spat onto the ground. He could fucking taste the smell. David got out his phone, turned it on to the highest brightness. It wasn't much, but was at least able to see the surrounding walls. Looking around in the dim light, David noticed something strange. He hadn't been in too many underground tunnels, to be fair, but he assumed the walls would be dirt, mud, or something like that. He couldn't quite see what it was, but it wasn't anything man-made or that could pass as dirt. Curiosity got the better of him, and his phone outstretched, he went to one side of the wall, and he had to get up close to see it. With the phone almost touching the wall, David's eyes grew wide. No, can't. With his other hand, David prodded at the wall. It gave a bit, but was solid. It was reminded of the smell as he knew the origin. It was flesh. The walls of the tunnel were covered in burnt skin. David moved the phone a few inches and followed the light. He saw areas where different skin was sewn together in some rough metallic string, almost like copper wire. One section had made his stomach turn over on itself. It was a face. A human face. Stretched out and elongated, with the eyes and mouth sewn shut. The nose was removed, and the hole that was left behind was sutured to the wall as well. Maybe it was the smell or the sight of this, but David couldn't take it anymore. With a lurch, he turned to the side, vomited on the ground. How much food did this guy eat? He vomited like 3-4 times now? Must have come here after quite the meal. The tunnel went on for ages. What was most likely only a few minutes felt like hours to David. He had to get inside and save Maggie. Nothing else mattered. Peter was a friend of his, but if it came down to it, Maggie was the first to save. Peter could rot in there if need be. Then again, he was the one that told him about this path. David's mental debate ceased after something from behind touched him. With a start, he spun around, face to face with nothing. Confused, David brought up his phone and reached out in the darkness. Nothing. Except a wall. A wall that wasn't there 2 minutes ago, rank and covered in flesh. David screamed and pounded on the wall in front of him, and it gave only slightly. The hall was shrieking, trapping him in as he walked. It hit David like a train. He was in a service tunnel, but he was in the house. It had him. There was no going back. The house was pulling him in, and it was glad to see him. Earlier than this may have fazed David, more than it did at that moment. There, in that tunnel, David barely flinched. He had seen what this place was capable of, and he had witnessed some of the most sanity-testing experiences imaginable. He'd seen it all, or at least he thought. As he walked, David could now hear the tunnel shrieking in from behind. The ground sloshing a noise of flesh twisted on itself to seal him in, made him feel sick again. But he only sped up his walking. After a moment, he heard something that made him stop dead in his tracks. It was a voice, a girl's voice, and it wasn't Maggie's. Why did you come back? Why did you come back? David stood there frozen. The voice seemed to come from everywhere. Why did you come back? Why? The screaming was getting closer, and David braced himself against the back wall. Soon as he heard the thudding footsteps of someone running towards him, and then he saw a girl, no older than 13, running up to him, yelling her question. David was too stunned to react, short of just standing there. The girl ran up to him and began pounding on his chest with her fists. Hard at first, but then weakening, like a spoiled girl hitting the ground when she doesn't get her way. Why, David? Why did you come back? The girl slumped to her knees in front of him. With one final hit against his leg, David stood there in shock. Hands slightly raised and tense. His fear began to ease out of him. She clearly wasn't a threat. Didn't seem to be a ghost or anything. Hey, he began. It's alright. Who are you? The girl jumped slightly at his words. Slowly she lifted her head to look at David. His heart sank as he saw her face. No eyes. No, absolutely no eyes. Darkness. And when she spoke, he could see inside her mouth. No tongue. No teeth. Just a void. You came to save us, didn't you? The girl stood up and brushed her hair out of her face. For some reason, even taking into consideration of how terrifying she should be. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Something about little girls with no faces, or voids where eyes and mouth should be, just makes me want to sneeze. She had been. David was something oddly normal about the girl. She had shoulder-length brown hair and was skinny as a rail, with a few specks of freckles across her face, across her nose and cheeks. Even her hair could have been found in any store. Black tank top and jeans tucked into the black red boots. She was older than he first thought as well. Closer to 16 if she could even have had an age. A hum from behind them startled them both and dragged David back into the current situation. We have to go, she said, now, and the girl grabbed his hand and took off. Surprised, David followed and nearly dropped his phone. He tried to hold it up as far as he could to light the way. No need, the girl raised her free hand in front of her as she spoke. I got it. She mumbled something under her breath, something that couldn't have been English. A glowing light pulsated in front of them and followed it. It was like a spotlight from above that followed their movements. The hum from behind them was getting louder as they approached the first fork in the tunnel. Without hesitation, the girl whirled to the right. Clearly she knew where she was going, and David wasn't about to argue. After a moment, the humming stopped, and they stood in front of a ladder leading up to the darkness. Just up here, the girl began to climb. Started to climb the ladder before them. David snapped back to reality and was incredibly confused. Wait. The girl stopped mid-climb to look over her shoulder. Look, I know this is weird. No, that's not what is weird. I've seen weird. Who are you? I'll explain soon, okay? We just really need to get out of here, okay? No one is supposed to be here, and we, well, are, so. And with that, the girl returned to her climb. Dave was about to retort, but the hum was beginning to grow louder. Survival outweighed understanding at that point, and David grabbed the ladder and followed the girl, leaving the tunnel hopefully for the last time. The ladder led to a pair into an empty room. It almost looked like a huge broom closet. A few scattered buckets and mops were lining the walls, but for being a part of the house, it was very unassuming. The girl next to him shook herself off and shoved her hand towards David. Her mood swings were clearly something to be impressed with, and David reluctantly took her hand and shook it. You're probably wondering who I am, and why I know you. The girl didn't even wait for David to respond. My name is Natalie, and this is sort of my house. What are you talking about? How is this your house? This fucking place is your house? I know. But you have to understand what happened. It wasn't always like this. And what the hell was that thing you did? What was that light down there? Yes, I know. This is all part of it. It all relates. Just let me explain. Natalie paused and looked at David. He closed his mouth and looked back at her, letting her know she was free to talk without interruption. This is my house. I know it may seem like hell right now, and you're right. It is. My family kind of dealt with some weird stuff. We moved into this house about 10 years ago. It was nice, a small, quaint place, yeah, considering. I'm used to the city, but it was nice. The problem is, my family, we can do things, witches, guess. Natalie kind of laughed at the thought. Mostly just parlor tricks, like the light showed you in the tunnels, but some of us, like my brother, took it a bit too far. He started to mess with dark dealings, demons, and summonings, and the like. I mean, summoning isn't always bad. I can summon a cat, for instance, but which is kind of cute, but what my brother dealt with was far worse. We would try to tell him to end it, but the power kind of got to him. Peter was never really one to listen. Peter? The idea was circling David's head, but he wasn't quite ready to accept it. Peter had been his friend for years, he thought. This one night, 7 years ago, my brother took it too far. Summoning demons for a few minutes here and there wasn't enough for him anymore. He needed more. We would ask him why he was so obsessed with all this, and he would only respond by asking why not. What's happening over the next few nights, it's kind of hard to talk about. Even with her blacked out eyes, David could tell this memory really pained the young girl. All this hell was because of my brother. His friend, it seemed to David that the girl was just as much of a prisoner as he was. Alright, David said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Then let's get out of here. Oh, the encoder's overloading. Come on, we're... I'm gonna pretty much just wait till I see OBS is letting me move my model around. That'll probably be the moment I can actually get back to it. See the eyes popping out. Oh, there we go. We got movement. Come on, just a little bit longer, OBS. We're almost done. David took a look at his surroundings. His heart jumped slightly as he glanced around. Aside from the hatch in the floor they just entered through, there wasn't another exit, just smooth cement walls. Do you know where we are? He asked the girl, hoping to God she knew somehow. Yeah, of course I do. It was a bit too much hesitating for David's liking. It's my house, isn't it? And with that, she made her way over to one of the far walls. The surface of the wall was smooth, brushed gray cement. There was no way through, no door, nothing. Natalie reached into her pocket and took out what looked like a small piece of artist's charcoal. She pressed it against the wall and began to draw a long, swooping line, about 3 feet in length. Line after line followed, and David watched in awe as the girl stood back and admired her work. David had never seen anything like it, outside a fancy movie. It was like yin and yang mixed with a pentagram, mixed with a child's doodle. Natalie placed the charcoal back in her pocket and ran her fingers through her hair. After a moment of silence, she raised her hand and placed her right palm against the symbol, resting 2 fingers against her temple with the other. At first, David thought she was speaking to him, but then she realized she was chanting her weird language again. Soon the symbol seemed to be vibrating, and David watched as it began to steadily glow a deep purple. Natalie smiled to herself as she felt the wall shake with it before it spilled into. I always loved doing that. Though the challenge and complete the house tropes outline the... Wait, is that the end? That's the end. That's disappointing. I don't even want to read the other shit. You can't just have it end like that. Boo. Apparently OBS also doesn't like that. I don't know why it's freaking out now. Okay, we're back. Alright. I don't know. That felt kind of disappointing for an ending. But I guess there is no end to the house, right? Unless there's supposed to be a continuation of it or something. Yeah, ending kind of sucked. No. And we're finally on the last one. 1999. Oh, my voice is going to be so happy to be done reading. I had thought about streaming something after this, because I thought it was only going to take like maybe 4 hours. But it looks like it's going to be taking on to 6. Anyways, my brother dabbled in the dark arts. End. No explanation whatsoever. Kind of sucked. It seemed interesting for the most part. Had a good concept, but I guess they wrote themselves into a corner? I don't know. Kind of lame. Alright, let's finish this. In a cellar somewhere, standing before the camera, a man in a moth-eaten bear suit says hello to a handful of watching children. This is a public access show viewed by only a small number of fans, a small number that includes you. As a child, you love Mr. Bear. You don't care that he broadcasts from the cellar, there's something remarkably dark about the way those polished button eyes stare at the camera lens. As a child, you don't see those things. When Mr. Bear suggests you write to him, you jump at the chance. When he writes back asking you to come to visit him, you jump at that chance too. As a child, there are some things you just don't see. You don't see the man beneath the bear suit, or that bears have teeth and claws. As a child, there are some things you don't see, and of course, some things that you aren't supposed to. 1999, also sometimes referred as Mr. Bear's Cellar, or Cauldron Local 21, is a creepypasta story about a fictional television show. The show, which was a kids' television programming, is claimed to have shown on the public access station. It was only available to a very small viewership in a tiny geographical area. The story set 10 years after the show was supposed to have gone off the air. It gives the account of the series, which is allegedly to have hosted by a character called Mr. Beast. I said Mr. Beast. Mr. Bear, essentially a man in a bear suit, which was a parody of Bear Inn, the big blue house, and something akin to Barney the dinosaur, with a bear in place of its purple T-Rex. It is revealed as the story goes on that Mr. Bear invited his audience to write to him, which the narrator did. In a typical Lucky Escape narrative, the boy is encouraged to meet Mr. Bear at the given address. But when he goes there with his father, he finds the police searching the place. It is revealed that late episode in this show involved Mr. Bear burning children alive. Spoilers, with our narrator realizing as he discovers this. The same thing would have happened to him had he had gone to the house alone, or earlier. The story famously ends on a cliffhanger with the narrator explaining that he had found an email address supposedly belonging to Mr. Bear. The audience is left in the dark as to whether he contacted him and the outcome of the communication was. This isn't a summary, this is just spoilers. Dude, I was about to read that. The year is 1999. The sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class, when I was 5 years old. Senior kindergarten class. That's not words I would put together. Where we used to read out the date on a blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind. However, as the memory that will not go away, no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth. My first time on the plane, and unfortunately, the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refused to be wiped. It all started with that new, or old, TV. At the time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon games, cards, stickers, and most popular, the TV show. So, of course, every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes were back-to-back, which meant I missed an episode every day. Something I whined out on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day. That must be why he went and bought me another TV. My dad put the TV he had bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old, small boob tube, with rabbit ears even. It also had 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though, I was just thrilled I had my own TV in my room. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that only Channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching. So I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered Channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels trying to see if Pokemon was on. I pressed Channel 21 in the remote, hoping there was more channels, and into my delight, my dad was surprised too. But he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids programs on. The channel was called Cauldron Local 21, and later I found out I was indeed broadcasted from town Cauldron, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The show I saw on Cauldron 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of the channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and I had asked myself, what the fuck am I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Cauldron 21. However, I remember such detail even disturbs me, but I guess things like this stand out in your mind for a while. The channel only ran a few shows, not shorts. Oh, it looks like the encoder's freaking out again. There we go. Probably because it was only operational between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. April 1999. Maybe it was giving you some time to breathe. True. I gotta blow my nose 1 second. Alright. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. Very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about the show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. He sat there playing a bit until there was a knock at the door. The camera was then looking up the stairs to the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs, opened the door, and revealed 2 young children. One was a boy my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight, and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't even hear any of them that well. I just remember Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was often dark, only lit up by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't remember that much more except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of the large bear mask. The episode ended with the kids playing hide and seek, and the kids hiding in a closet and Mr. Bear counting. Soup and Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think this was more of a special movie thing. All I know is I stopped watching Cauldron Local 21 for a while because I thought the show was too stupid. especially since Pokemon Now came on at 4:30 and 5. I don't remember much of this one, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon, both attached to strings, swinging back and forth, as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement which looked just like the one Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only half an hour, and just including stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around, trying to eat him. The ending of the show, the table, about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup, and sitting in front of them. They were sitting there looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready," and then it just stopped. July 1999. It was the summer and I hadn't watched Channel 21 for a while. Not until one day when I slept over at my friend's house and decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room from his 6th birthday, so we stayed up very late. For us, 9:30 p.m. was very late. I watched TV, and when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend, we decided to see if it was on. And to our surprise, it was. They must have changed their broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and me, mainly because it had swearing. However, now that I think about this episode, I realized something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on the side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera was blacked out for about a second before fading in, back upright and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but the kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with a crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late and his sister had to go home, and you could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the fuck out of here, you're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing for the mention of the forbidden F word, but the episode got weirder and the kids began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out at the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's Cellar for some reason, though. The last episode I saw, Mr. Bear was weird and had swearing, which also made me think that the show was meant for teenagers. Nevertheless, I flipped it onto Channel 21 and my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 28. Apparently, this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear in a chair talking to the audience. "Hello, kids. Do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write a letter with this address." The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address, and that was remained for the rest of the episode. This repeated for 5 hours every day until September came. And guess what? I actually did. I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick bastard who betrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad said it was okay because he thought it was a legit kid show. But then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter, using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear. So my dad sent the letter to the address. Mr. Bear said on the show it stayed on all day. Anyway, for some reason. It took a week to get a response, which I was surprised I did. I still had the letter I received on August 15th, 1999. Dear Elliot, thank you so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. Come to my house at, the police cut out this address, Cauldron, Ontario, Canada. I would look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear. I can't believe my dad never found this sketchy, because he actually took me to the house. And that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids in the woods. What brings me to why I am writing this blog, that Psycho and his friends did some fucked up shit back then, and now it seems he's trying to get into contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me. Over a decade later, it is happening again. November 14th, 2009. People have been emailing me asking what exactly happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Cauldron along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of town, in the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmer house that looked to have been built in the early 19s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked like it was in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again, looking at the house in disbelief. I expected Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad, while I quickly asked if this was Mr. Bear's house. The officer's face cringed slightly, then he muttered, "Oh God," or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad, so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway. And then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole whole way home. It felt somehow strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyway. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked my dad about it, he would not acknowledge its existence. Come on, OBS. We just have to survive, like, half of a creepypasta left. I think. Maybe. Waiting for my model to catch up. Oh, there we are. I hear you, but the video is frozen. Oh, do you not see the movement yet? Nice. Oh, looks like there's movement again. Come on, OBS. Survive a little bit longer. Yeah, it's back now. It took a while. Alright. I guess we gotta speed read. Apparently OBS is dying. I think it was when I was 13 when I learned the truth. I remember Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I should hear the truth. Cauldron Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 to August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Cauldron, the one I visited, and run by a man who was never really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was one only picked up by rabbit ears, weaker frequencies. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were kid shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The reason he created the channel was more disturbing than it was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in the cellar. But while most people thought he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before. The day before, the police went into the investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. December 2nd, 2009. Sorry for not answering any question for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set some things straight for what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Cauldron Local 21. 2 women live there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now, to answer questions you guys emailed me. Who else watched Cauldron Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including the kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people on NeoSeekers forums who were discussing Cauldron Local 21. They talked about how the 2 shows I watched, but also another 2 shows I'd never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all about the shows that were broadcast on the Channel 21. Here are 2 I had never heard of. Fallen Angel of Life. I Am Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on in front of a camera about how we must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. So cool. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as a Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around the forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go looking for the conversations and see if you can get the link. Where's Mr. Bear or the guy who wore the costumes? As I did know, I would have said it earlier. I have no idea where this guy is, or if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend next time, I will ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definitive answer. What did Mr. Bear do to children? This is far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well via my dad's friend, who retired Cauldron regional officer. Apparently the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. And when he did, the police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages 4 to 13 were found in a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep in the forest. My dad's friend did not want to get into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information from then. That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my vlog. I will try to give as much information as I can for my next post. I actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. January 14th, 2010. I'm sorry I haven't posted for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Cauldron Local 21. However, a few weeks ago, I struck gold. I found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from the street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger, and he currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Cauldron, and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Polio. He lived in a small bungalow outside of the woods. He would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or 2 before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Polio described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Polio told me that these events started in late 1997. No, this is around the time Cauldron Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while and actually went to investigate. Polio described the whole scene looked like when he got there. There's a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12, around a large fire pit with a burning fire, with a single adult. Polio talked to a man, noting his unusual, unkempt appearance of crack addict, as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out there in the forest with the children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Polio, not suspecting anything, considering is one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it as that and told them to be quieter. Polio then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard them loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again, as he was moving anyway. I told Polio the man was probably the owner of Cauldron Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that the man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near the area. Here's what I know. The man would take kids in the woods regularly for camping. Fire pit Polio described may have been hole the bodies the kids were found in. The children Polio saw are probably the ones found dead. The man moved to a city called Pickering, a smaller city east of Toronto. I'll discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge on what aired in Cauldron Local 21. February 10th, 2010. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend, and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information of the man who ran Cauldron to Local 21, and he replied that they only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some sort of tapes found in the house of Cauldron 21, was broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I hadn't said much about him yet. My dad's friend's name is Mitchell Wilson, a pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me. He took me to the Davis Road police station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Cauldron, and one of the largest within Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some sort of tape. I was able to watch all the footage of Davis Road Station has. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any tapes home for obvious reasons. Paint with the Soul episode 10, Garbage Thrown Away. Paint the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 discussed on NeoSeeker. I told the police that they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcast between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 described, the episode opened with the cameraman wandering around in the forest. Oh. The way I can tell when it's starting to freak out is when I hear the ambiance music that I have in the background start to glitch out. Ooh. This is a long one. Foreboding. Right, I can see movement. Now we just wait for chat to catch up. Seems good. Excellent. Wandering around a forest. It appeared to be during the evening as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along the path until he got to an area where there were a lot of garbage lying in the leaves. The cameraman looked around the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each of the items got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused on a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before, like on another Cauldron Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he was mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that had to do with us saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage, us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still feels a dread came over me. I mean, the forest was possibly where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 25. The police administrator brought these tapes in. I actually said, "Oh shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Oh, it must have looped over. Okay, gotta do this again. Do that, and then do that. There we go. Can hear it again. Oh shit, and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course, I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them that my little experience with Mr. Bear and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to the cellar door with a bottle of orange juice in his paws, and on the ground were 16 shot glasses as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds of shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some of them looked young as 4, while others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode where they show all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content except for this one, who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 and 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the episode 23. That one episode I watched during 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirms it's the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 in July 1999. The police have still not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drink the juice. The one from episode 23 is rather reluctantly, and then episode ended. After viewing the tapes in possession of Davis Road Police Station, I'm satisfied, but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Cauldron Logo 21 being a fetishist, pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I'll sign off for now, get into the university first, and get information later. Hopefully I'll be back to get this blog as soon as possible. May 8, 2010. Last month I finally got my G2 license in Ontario, Canada. This allows you to drive a car all by yourself, as well as some passengers after 6 months. Of course, I took advantage of this and drove into Cauldron for the little Sunday drive, since I haven't updated this blog in a while. I figured I might as well visit the house that was Infamous Channel my childhood was located. The house looked different than when I saw it last in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. Abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly the day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in the house? I walked up the steps of the front door and peered through the window. Inside I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway, to the right was an open doorway presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were 2 doors, apparently leading to the rooms visible through the windows outside. I wonder where the cellar entrance was located, and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors lying almost flat angle were padlocked shut, and this had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what I was going through in my mind at the time, I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I was wondering if it was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, fuck it, and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house. Into the forest, the forest was oddly quiet, save for a few periodic sounds of woodpeckers drilling into the distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and found small houses in the distance. Polio's house crossed my mind as I wondered if one of these homes used to belong to him. I nearly had a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gather around a black charred area. Show a small fire been lit recently. "Hey you, get the fuck out of our fort!" Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were really just kids, in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14, maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8". One of them might have been 5'6". We said, "Get the fuck out," the larger one, who was wearing a Slipknot shirt, said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one, who was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife and held it in my direction. "No, you wouldn't want to," I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. 2 kids withdraw, and the one with the Metallica shirt put away the knife. "Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so you can just go." The one with the Slipknot shirt's obviously intimidated. I had no business in the force anyway, so I uttered out a simple, "Fine," and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity. "Did either of you hear about a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago?" I asked the kids. 2 of them looked confused before one wearing a Metallica shirt said, "Yeah, everyone knows that guy." He said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued, "He still lives here, in the storm drain. My big brother friend says he saw him in the bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night." My instincts told me that was probably a lie. The owner of Cauldron Local 21 probably is long gone, only existing as folklore in the smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of a mysterious unknown spark interest within. "And where is that storm drain?" I asked, just out of curiosity. I didn't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the metallic shirt stared at me for a few moments. His eyes seemed full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me. "You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?" Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of his question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the 2 kids my experience with the man of Cauldron Local 21, and I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure. Although even I wasn't exactly sure. The kids seemed familiar with the channel, as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description of how to get the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at the fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left such a detail about what the kids told me to just now. It's because I'm choosing to conclude that what I gathered now. Here's what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain leads to the kids' fort, the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river where excess water is drained out near here in a small playground the kids told me is rarely used. The man supposedly lives in a large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask in a full bear body costume. Note, I do not believe that this is true, and in fact simply a myth made by the residents of Cauldron. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call on the police? Did this guy look suspicious? And other questions like these leaves the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Cauldron again. So this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Thanks for continuing to support me and my blog, and know that many are looking forward to more information about what happened in Cauldron during the year 1999. And I will do my best to continue the research onto the topic. Elliot out. October 7th, 2010. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone's pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully, I'm not. But in all seriousness, I really am been busy these past few months, and the blog about something that could have killed me is a kid in a little low of my current priorities list. As of now, I live in Waterloo, Ontario, attending a university in Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forgot about this blog, but as you can see, now I am back. I remember to visit the storm drain the kids from Colorado Forest told me about. It was only in the clearing between the wooded areas near the marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain, like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the excess water from the marsh. When I returned from Calderon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem very important anymore. Please forgive me. It wasn't until recently that I now interested in the case again. On September 10th, I received an email from Return the Bee Hotmail. Funny, am I right? Well, it gets better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email the guy sent me. Dear Elliot, dear boy. You see, this story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots for airtime. If you have the money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime, like EWTN, religious channel based out of Michigan, that shows Catholic-based programs, but during off-air hours have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have amenity channels available for renting space, so the scenario of a pedo renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, the public access TV is widely reviewed and can be terminated at any time. These are the rules for the United States, not for Canada, where this story took place. So if this happened in the US, the pedo would be tracked and arrested immediately. Yes, this story could happen, but it's unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs, Mr. Bear. Now obviously this letter is fake and sounds almost corrupted, but still I would like to thank whoever sent it, though they could have used some English lessons. Just reading the letter creeped me out, but because of it I am now full of a new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now my roommate knows about all of this. He thought the letter was real and actually seemed more scared than I was for a second. But then I shrugged it off. So did he. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How could Mr. Bear know all of this about public access TV, and then when I went to Calderon on those occasions, more or less know my email or me still be interested in the seller? Ha! I'm gonna return the bee. Wow, just look at the email address. You can tell someone wanted to freak me out. Didn't really work though. Although, to whomever you are, thank you for sparking the interest back in the full matter. Maybe I can find more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and having become avid fans. You are also why I'm choosing to continue this. November 7th, 2010. Wow, I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have my reasons, I'd rather not discuss them yet. It was just been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you were right. I shouldn't have gone trying to relieve the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It has been over a year since my last post, and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I am right now in regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. ReturnTheBeeHotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to them in email, but I got no reply. Tried again a while back and still no response. I've actually moved to Ottawa, capital of Canada, for those who don't know, for a university, so I haven't been in Calderon or back home in Peel region for a while. I had my reasons for leaving, as you guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people keep prank mailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Not. Oh. We're so close, OBS. Keep being strong. Wait until I get some movement. There we go. OBS on the brink of death. Like, honestly, I don't know what's going on. I'm not even, like, getting a lot of drop frames, so I don't know why it's freaking out. I literally only have 202 drop frames, which is telling me is a 0.0 percentile. We're almost done, though. Why I haven't ventured back to this blog. Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23 with a tape that was found in the branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown, in case you haven't picked up on that. He claims that he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me, as it's still in evidence, but he'd asked me to check it out when I return home. That tape got my gears grinding again, because all I know what was on that last tapes I saw, I can only imagine what can be happening. What could be on it? I'm guessing it must have been something to do with Caldron Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this blog and thank you for everything who's still following it. I don't know what my next entry will be, but when I see the tape, I'll write what I find. I don't know what exactly, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in the whole mystery over again. January 2011. 2011. It's been a long year for me. University's been giving me the unusual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is in the place party, sarcasm. But now I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 19th of December and have been visiting the friends and family, or at least that's what I would rather have done, now that the festive holiday cheer that I usually have as the time of the month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tape with my dad's friend, Mitchell Wilson, promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes, not only for myself, but for all of you guys who were just as intrigued as I am by the ominous man in the bear suit from the past. However, my viewing these tapes, I felt a pit of dread deep inside once again. That's feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead, that I could have been one of those kids, and that humanity is a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped the paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my rambling. On January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was a time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things are pretty slow at the station because of the snowstorm, so he said I could come down anytime that day. The tapes were located at the branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Region Police Station located at the Bremella City Center. I met Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me to a second floor and to a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "You know, you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did, or at least thought I did. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't really want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was able to watch a few minutes of footage, however, because of the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film. A trademark of anything from Conan Local 21, the episode started with the caravan being held in the paws of Mr. Bear aiming at himself. The bear mask, it looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. Hello, children. Today I'm... Oh. Come on, Opus. Stay strong. Looks like my model is trying to get capture back. There we go. Come on, a little bit more. Hello, children. Today I'll be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they can surely be happy. Mr. Bear turned the camera and showed an ATV with an attached trailer, but what stood out the most was what the trailer contained. 7 motionless children laying side by side. This is the first load, but more will be on their way soon. Mr. Bear turned around and pointed at the camera, at a large burlap sack tarp spread on the ground. He picked the tarp up and revealed a large hole that had been at least 12 feet deep. Shaw! Considered the bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head, not yet. Soon as all the kids were in the pit, some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. The vitamin C will surely help these kids on the great journey that awaits them, Mr. Bear mentioned, as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside a bush. The camera zoomed in on the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that there were 7 to 6 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the fuck would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again. Then I realized that I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied. The other tape confiscated by the Burma police branch did indeed work and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt I wouldn't be able to handle that disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. Satisfied for now. But I just need some time to get myself together. The thing is, the man who ran Cauldron 21 is still out there. More to come soon. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friend. The children loved helping each other, as good children should. They also loved the bear. The bear loved the children, since the children were so good at helping him and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever, with the help of their angel friend. But the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us. Elliot, burn with us. Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please, with sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. Update April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more, I truly did. However, certain circumstances have turned me off of the whole Cauldron Local 21 thing. I've since had hundreds of emails about my blog and even in the contact with the magazine about my story. But now is the time to come clean to everyone. Where I've been in for the entire year, the story of the Pandora's box is true, and I opened it. When I watched the second tape of the Possession of Burma Police Branch, the other subject I'd like to address is the number of jokes/fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. OBS, get a hold of yourself. Come on. OBS. While OBS tries to figure itself out, I'll blow my nose real quick. It looks like we're good. Yeah, okay. Fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the second tape and what traumatized me into stopping my search temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view the infamous second tape, and he talked about it. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing the tape would give me some closure. Wilson, who was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I just played the waiting game. By the time my 20th birthday rolled around, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, during which he admitted he had hoped that I would have forgotten about asking him again. But I was not taking no for an answer. You really don't need to see it, he kept telling me, but I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Berlin branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of an animal slaughterhouse in my ethics class, OBS, stop dying. Too scary for OBS. Apparently. We went through 7 of these stories with absolutely no issue. So I am curious why it's having problems now of all times. It's taken a long time to recover from this one. Kind of back. Just wait on. Oh, there's the camera. Alright. Gotta rush. By the time sure enough, he invited me to the Burma branch. Having watched every Saw film, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How naive I was. Mr. Bow's cellar, episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from the evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me. His face was saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained that the tape includes the latest episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children and began to feel some sense of dread. The episode opened inside a forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. The fact took me in a while as I realized that it was night and the trees' leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in this darkness. A faint glow of light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be windy at night, yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from the hole as the tips of the flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. "Are you sure you want to see this?" he asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The video continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. There was the hole that I had seen in the previous episode, only this time it was filled with shapes. I could see the shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some of them motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light. Burning flesh, red, black, and a blur of surreal movement and colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. And this is OBS freaking out. I just want to finish, OBS. Let me finish. There we go. A fate that could potentially have been... that I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cut to dawn, the camera now positioned further away from the hole. The fire was out, however there was still smoke rising up, and a figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The bearer suit was laid out on the ground, empty. It looked like an unnerving suit that laid out in the shape of a cross. The camera did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasure artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was printed in the cameraman's. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming in on the bear's face, and the episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You could find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as we left that I was fine, and the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, attracting them with a fake kids TV show. I could have been one of the victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I here still because of pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back now, and I need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details, some ask if I can upload the tapes, and some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they're A, in police possession as evidence, and B, I have no idea how to transfer VGS onto a computer. As for the people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. If I've ever seen a fake Cauldron Local 21 YouTube channel, which is a cute, but still not real, even though more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it at the entry above this one, just to show you guys. I've contracted my webmaster about it, and the entry was told that it was posted on Halloween, oh spooky, attached to an email named Paint with V AOL, which I assume is another joke email. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I will get in contact with Mitchell Wilson again and hopefully get set up with tapes in my possession of the other Peel police branches. I'll try to update you guys as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take so long. Thank you again for anyone who reads this. And that is the end. So you can stop freaking out, OBS. What a ride. I enjoyed this for the most part. I think there's only the No End House that I didn't really enjoy, like, going through. 1999, I don't know whether or not it's real, obviously, because I don't live in Canada, and I have no idea of the authenticity of it. But 1999 feels less like a creepypasta and more like a story of events that could have happened, if they are real. But the other ones, obviously being stories, were fun to go through and read. I still really enjoyed Psychosis, and I hope you all enjoyed the reading of it. And yeah, maybe we'll go and do some more creepypastas at some point, as long as you all enjoyed it. Let us go ahead and find out who's still alive. Not even looking at, not even reading anything, it's freaking out. Oh right, you guys probably can hear this. Let's go ahead and mute that if we can. If OBS will let me. Let me scroll. I sure do hope that this doesn't get cut up into parts every time it freaked out like this. You know what, maybe we won't raid into someone and we'll just end stream here. Because it is having a rough time. That's true. We could raid into Doll. I forgot that she was still streaming. Not a fan, I guess. Thank you all so much for hanging out for the read-along, for those that were able to stick it out the entire time. I hope you really enjoyed it. Motherfucker was my first shiny in Legends EA. I feel that. My first shiny in ZOA is Delibird. Fucking Delibird, are you kidding me? Again, I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I will have a schedule for what we're doing next week up in here in a couple days. And I will catch you all next time. Thank you, Yumi, and thank you, Orange, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And let's send you over to the wife. Bye-bye, everybody.